Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the world of Satisfactory 1.0. There's been a patch, which I don't even know what it did. I'm sure it did lots of fixes or whatever. Didn't really notice many bugs at this point, but it caused a couple bugs that we've had to do some little workarounds for, so I've done them already. They recommended on Twitter to go to Satisfactory Calculator and put your save up there and then download it again. And what was the other one? Oh, to enable this console command. Pool.light.lightshaft. No, not that one. fg.lightweight.use buildable pool 0. Because apparently it did something to the customizer. Now, the only thing I've noticed that it's done for me is that when I was looking at a truck's route, I couldn't see the nodes no matter what I did. So I wonder, you know, X is the same hotkey for nodes as it is for the customizer. I wonder if there's something going on with that. But we'll have to see. So here's where we left off, pretty much, at the radio control unit factory. And hello, of course, sorry, I didn't even say hi to the people waiting in the chat, and that we'll see later on, I'm sure. Hello, Genome Cop, and Aslan. Too many names to mention, we'll just say hi, collectively. But yeah, the idea is to do some cooling systems today, as well as, I gotta figure out a couple things. Really, what I want to do is supercomputers, and to do supercomputers, I need cooling systems. So that's something I'm going to be thinking about. Now, before we get to that, I want to do a factory inspection. Super fun. Basically go around most of my factories and just weigh up what they're making and what they're not. Not everything, just the things that I think have changed, because I haven't done that in a while, so I'll have to go to my Mila note. And I just want to see exactly like what we have left over, because a few things just weren't really adding up anymore. I'm not too sure why. So sorry, this is what I'm looking at here, this little thing. So yeah, just want to now take into account what's going into these, right? So the casing, for instance, would have to be removed, that kind of stuff. So it might need another aluminum factory, need a bunch of things, of course. Finally caught up. Hey, Geeta, and Jerry, and Philly, and Sahil. How am I today? I'm good. Yeah, pretty good. Feeling good. Good spirits. Almost caught up in the vids now. Nice. And hey, Jamichael. Not much up at all, really. Just been working as usual. And I was working on Manor Lord stuff this morning, and then I was kind of driving around. I drove Rosie into town. She can drive herself, but I wanted to go into town to get lunch, basically, as well. All right, anyways, yeah, so let's have a look at... Oh, yeah, so that was the reason I was focused on wanting to do a sit rep on what things are making, because I noticed that cable isn't being delivered here, so I think what's happening is I'll set my truck routes to have, like... You know, I'm like, oh, you go wait at your station for 10 minutes. And I think what happens is when you load back into the game, the timer resets. I don't know if that's true, but it feels that way. And I think as a result of that, trucks are just sitting there for longer than they should, because I've noticed that they're building up. Or there's something wrong with how they're counting the seconds or something, so I'm going to have to manually force them to just drive and then lower their amounts of time waiting. Time waiting doesn't really matter, it was just kind of an OCD thing. I suppose you do save fuel. But I was more just doing it to be like, yeah, they don't need to move until they're basically full. But now they're like overfilling because it seems that when I load the game, maybe the timer resets, but I'm not entirely sure. Or the time is just off or something. Maybe if other people have played around with trucks a bit more, they might know what's going on there. So this one is showing the nodes, so that's fine. So just let that, as long as we get into it and get out of it, it'll just redo its route anyway, so we can kind of kickstart them. So I'll just say 400 seconds, so half of that. Hopefully, even if I was to load in and the timer reset, that's still plenty of time, I would hope. And then I'll have to do the same for the other one. And that should be it, but we'll see. And then we'll talk about, yeah, well, I want to go around, just check some numbers, and then we'll talk about what we're actually doing, and we'll build a new to-do list, and we'll start. So, you know, at the end of the streams last week, I was saying maybe nuclear is what we're ready to do. Maybe. Still don't know if I'm quite ready, but we'll, you know, maybe tomorrow. But what we do need for that as a prerequisite would be the supercomputers, the cooling systems. The only other things I'd like to do is AI limiters and high-speed connectors. Those are kind of the two things I've left behind that I haven't made anywhere. And to do that, it's not that difficult actually, but... Did I just skip ahead of that truck? Oh, it's stuck down there. I think it might be stuck on one of the hive things. What the hell was up with that? Curious. Not sure. I don't normally see them just pause like that. And usually if they do, they'll snap and recorrect themselves, you know, so... a bit odd. Anyway, just get rid of the nodes on that one. And I'll just move over to our cable and get that one going as well. And then we'll just have a quick look around this place. I did a little bit of cosmetics, just because I had a bit of time after the stream. Not much, but it's something. Better than nothing, I guess. Alright, so this is where the cable is made. And I noticed, like, we're at 7,700 there. This truck is full, or tractor, and it's not moving. So that's what makes me think, well, the timer must be off. Or it's resetting or something. We'll let that get going. 600 seconds. I'll just say 200. And this might need an overflow of... It shouldn't ever need an overflow, but it might now because of the way it's getting backed up. Oh. I jumped in, pressed X, hopped out, and then it ran me over. But X didn't even get rid of the nodes in the first place. So let's see if I can do it again. X. Yeah, so this is some... I don't know what this bug is. I'm pressing it, it's not working. This is what I noticed just when I was starting the stream. And it was with this truck specifically that the path never showed. I couldn't actually get it to show. Now it's showing, but I can't get it to hide. So I feel like there's something wrong with the... either just the hotkey itself, or... yeah, because they said that there's an issue where the customizer's not working for people. Which is the same hotkey, so it makes me think something else is up. I thought hotfixes are supposed to fix things. Maybe I'll just say... Can I get this off this path? Maybe I'll just start a new path or something. Disable autopilot. Start recording. Okay. So now this is the path, right? But the other one's still showing. Oh my god. It's probably just going to show them all, I guess. Alright, look back onto that, I guess. I guess clicking this works. Yeah, the hotkey's not working, but okay, that's fine. As long as we can get rid of it, that's all that matters. Alright. Anyway, sorry about that. And good evening, Green Hornet. And to anyone else who said that as well, Kaywin and Delo. Okay, so, I love seeing our drones moving around now, it's quite cool. Right, so this is... oh, I never hooked that up to power, these two. Yeah, oh, that's the radar tower there. Yeah, I thought it'd be kind of cooler to actually build a radar tower in the actual place. Have it be part of it. So, I just want to see what that one's called, and then I'll name the other one appropriately. Then we can get rid of that one. Because I think it looks kind of cool, you know, part of the factory. Added some lights in for the truck stations and stuff. Southern Forest is what I called it. Alright. I'm naming them after the biomes, rather than any specific factory. Seems to look better on the map that way. Alright, there we go. Cool. That's it. I love seeing these tractors going up. Even just the one lane foundation is totally good for them, you know? But there we go. So, cable is back in. Rolling back out, and hopefully we'll fill those machines. That's what they were lacking, cable. How's it going? It's going good, yeah. I'm in pretty good... I say pretty good. I'm feeling good. Good spirits. I wish I had even more time. I wish I had more time in the week to play the game. I feel like we should be getting further than where I'm at right now. The other thing is... it does seem like we're a bit low on circuit boards. Bit of a surprise to me. I don't know why we would be. There's 91 in there. That can't be right, right? 91. Why does it say that? Because it only takes... it doesn't take any to build. And yet it says here, if I was to delete it, I'll get 91 circuit boards. What's up with that? This is what it normally costs. 5 ingredients. This is what I'll get out of it. Was it telling me what was already on the way or something? I don't know. Well, anyway. Hopefully the place keeps running. Anyway, so this is our radio control unit factory, and I was just doing a little troubleshooting there. We'll have to see what's going on with it. But generally speaking, what this place is making is 10 radio control units per minute. Something I want to do is update my Milestone document now to kind of reflect some of the things that it takes in so that we can update it, basically. So 160 casing is what it needed. And the casing is the final stage down here, right? Yeah. So casing goes in there, ideally. And I believe it's all 160 per minute. So 4, 8, 12, 16. Yep, so we can now say then that the 160 per minute, that's 0, because we don't make any more. The alclad should be the same. Gas filters, knobless, black powder. Circuit boards, this one would have been updated as well. But for some reason, it looks like it's low there. So if I just check how much we've got, I think we're using, yeah, 10. So that's 50 circuit boards per minute. So that should be just 7.5 now. That's why it's like, oh, I want to know if there's a discrepancy with this, because it's like, oh, it seems like we're running low. But we shouldn't. We should have enough, unless I'm sending it somewhere else that I didn't factor in. And some of this is important, because rubber and stuff will be stuff I would want to use today. Cable, wire, copper sheets. Anyone think of anything else I might have been using? If you can remember, if you paid attention, I wouldn't blame you if you didn't or couldn't, because it ain't your game. Is it because the drop is there? The drone? Well, the drone wasn't there for a little while, which is why I was wondering. But it must have been just floating up ahead, and maybe it still counts then. That could be true. I just didn't even see the drone at first, and then when it like appeared, didn't it, after the fact? That's how it felt to me anyway. Maybe I was misremembering. Like, it says 92 again right now. But where's the drone? But I think the drone is like en route, and it just kind of counts as being here. Although, that's the turbo fuel drone is there right now. Yeah, so it says 92. It's gone up. How is that happening? Is it just because of where it's coming from? It just feels like it shouldn't say that until it gets here. Oh well. So 92 at a time. So it's going to manifold its way down. I wonder is 92 coming in at a time, and it's 50 per minute is what the place consumes. 3 minutes 19 round trip. That doesn't sound good then, does it? Feels like you're not going to be delivering enough. $31 items per minute, because yeah, it's 369.93 in 3 minutes. There we go. Interesting. We'll come back to that, because that does seem a bit off. Like, why is it delivering so little? I'd have to check what's going on with the circuit boards initially. Anyways, so what do we do then? Still low on cable. Cable thing is full though now, right? So cable will make its way out here. That was just a little mistake. Alright, well anyway, that's going to be it for a little while with this place. I'll have to try... The next thing I'm going to do is trace those circuit boards, because I want to know if they're low. Because then we're not making enough radio control units. If we're not making enough radio control units, we're not going to be able to make the supercomputers I want. So I wonder if any of these slowed down. They're at 100. That's at 100, so that's good. As long as these guys are okay for now. And they're nice and full up and everything. What are you guys making again? Computers. And you were full on computers, right? You're all full. And we were actually... See, before we were making so many computers that we were overflowing them. Does that make sense to do that? So 3.33, so that's 33 computers that we're making here. And we're only consuming 10. So we should be able to make 23 extra. So we're currently making 7.5 extra. I might break this into a second category, because it's in a different place. So yeah, in theory, that should be 23.33. We're overproducing computers. Why am I overproducing computers by so much? Seems strange that I would have done that. Probably just for the future, I guess, because we make a lot of crystal oscillators. But it's all dependent on getting those circuit boards here. Alright, well, that's our job then. It's to figure out what's going on with the circuit boards. Let's get to it. It's also deleting the drone that's attached and built on it. It's including it. Still just seems weird to do that. If the like, you know, that's almost like saying if a truck or a train hadn't arrived yet, it's going to tell you how much is there in the train station. It's like, yeah, but it's not here yet. Am I wrong in thinking that that shouldn't be done that way? That's good. It's finally emptying out. All right, gonna head back up to the electronics factory and we'll see what's going on. Anyways, so in making supercomputers and then, oh well, before that, cooling systems, which I think is what we're going to be focused on today, AI limiters and high-speed connectors. Those four things. I need to tone down my camera. It's like super bright. Those four things, once they're definitely done, then it's like, yeah, I don't see why not start nuclear. People say you could do rocket fuel instead, but kind of like the idea of just doing nuclear. I don't think I have everything I need for rocket fuel just yet. I could start it, but I'd like to get, people have told me there's an alternate for it that's really good. I guess I'd like to see my options with that, although I could just look it up online and see. But nuclear just sounds fun, and I haven't done it before. I want to keep progressing. Rocket fuel is like a side progression. Alright, here we are then. So let's find out what's going on with this. Maybe we're sinking too much. I know that some of the circuit boards do go into this truck station, right? So we have 9,600 in there. So maybe there's just a problem with how I've done the logistics, because that's where it was going first, to a different factory. And that's supposed to be going to the drone port. So basically this says if you're full on the left... Oh, some are going straight through. Okay. Maybe that's the issue. I don't see why that would be the issue, though, because... Oh, right, we make 87.5 here. Oh, right, it's more than 60. So when the truck station's full, it's been sending it into the awesome sink. That should be it, then. I think. So we'll just give it a few minutes to sort itself out. To help it along, actually... No, I'll just leave it. I was going to say, to help it along, I could have picked up some of that 9,600 and brought it over myself or something, or just thrown it into that drone port just to fill it up. But we'll let it do it properly and fill itself the way it should. I just want to make sure that these are all running okay, then that would be the next thing. 8.75, and there are 10 of them. So yeah, 87.5. That does seem like the root cause. Good. Problem solved. Hopefully. The weird blurring effect going on with these now. No, guys, I think that hotfix might have been too hot. Maybe. I haven't really noticed that before. It's really apparent with them. Super blurry. Not as bad here because it's just... Well, what speed is that belt? Mark 3. Oh no, that's Mark 2 as well. Why is that so weird then? I don't know. Anyways. Alright, cool. So you're filling it up more than you should now. Good. Great. I'll leave it at that. How's it going? Yeah, it's good. Going pretty good. Kind of off topic, but are you using global illumination at all? Your game looks so crisp compared to mine, and everything is on ultra. Yeah, I'm using global illumination right now. I should say, the stream is probably running a little post-processing, so if I was to turn off... Sorry. Need to not brighten my camera anymore. And we'll start properly. Just bear with me 1 second. Not that it's super bright, but it's a little bit too much. Okay. Yeah, so my settings are pretty straightforward. I just have everything on ultra and far and ultra and far. Upscaling I've got turned off. Gamma set to 2. If that, you know, I only mentioned that obviously just because you said it looks crisp specifically. So, is there sharpening in the game? Some games have sharpening built in. But I got global illumination on and I have it set to bright. So, yeah, I'm playing at 1440p. That could be it. That makes things quite crisp. Best resolution. I've been playing on 1440p since 2013. It's just like the best. My computer can run 4K, but I just think it's a bit overkill for the performance drain that it causes. But 1440p, really, really like it. Anyway, this is why I build like you, because that troubleshooting was cake. Yeah, it was easy enough, right? It's not too bad to figure out like what's going on there. Although it's a classic problem of everyone always says you should just run the max belt everywhere. It's so true. I know I'm never going to do that. Maybe one day I'll just give in. But I still like running a belt as, you know, what you need. The funny thing is, in that factory, I only need 50 per minute. So having a Mark 1 belt did seem like it should be fine. But I think because of the way it's getting filled up and then it's traveling over, it just needs to overfill, otherwise some was going in there, right? Yeah, that's an interesting little problem there. But anyway, it's all sorted. I think it is anyway. We should be delivering the right amount now. You'd ideally almost want none to go through. The only way any should go through is because we make 7.5 more than we need. So it's like, yeah, eventually when that's full and this is full, a little bit should spill over, you know? But yeah, it was clearly doing it too quickly. But anyway, yeah, people keep saying, how's it going? It's going good. It's going great. I'm feeling good. It's a conclusion, not an actual fact. Got it, yeah. All right, so that was the first little thing, troubleshooting done. We'll check back on that later. I might actually make a note of that, because I'd like to make sure that we actually solve the problem, but it can take a while to take effect. That was circuit, I'm just writing it down. Circuit boards. Okay. Right, so now we can begin the game. I did say I'd do a factory inspection, but I actually think that's it. I don't think I need to do anything else. As long as I account for everything that's going into that new build, everything else should be up to date, I think. So let's head over to the hub and we'll have a look at where we are for milestones and progression and see like what do we need to do next and what's the plan of action, where are we going to go, how are we going to build, and then we'll get started. Good morning, Michael. Hello, David. I might be wrong since that happens often, but I think the internal buffer of splitters is working at Mark 6 belts and therefore slower belts might cause some items to pass through. That's a really big thing. That would be a big issue if that's the case. I would hope that that's not the case. I don't think the internal quote buffer of a splitter should be any speed. It should just be the speed of what the connections are in and out. You know what I mean? I don't know though. I don't know how the game is coded, but that's how I would do it. I wouldn't have like some super fast speed inside there because that would cause all sorts of problems. You should just look at like the A input is at 60. So this is our limiting factor for what we can distribute to the B, C, and D outputs. You know what I mean? And then you have like a Boolean to say like, okay, this one's connected, like yes. Is this one connected? Yes. Like true, false. If true, what's my belt speed coming connected? 780. It's like, okay, cool. But the input is 60. That should be the lock. So I don't know. You could be right. I have no idea. Maybe they talked about it. But that just seems like I wouldn't even want to start beginning to think about that as a thing I have to factor in, you know? Anyways. But it's a decent assumption, I think. At a few factories or something like that happen. An internal buffer of 10. It does seem like it goes somewhere. It seems like there is more space in there than goes in, comes out. I don't know if that means there's a speed to that. But anyways, I think you need 150 circuit boards because the traveling of the drone is 3 minutes. Yeah. Let me think about that. It takes 3 minutes, so ultimately the drone needs to carry at least 150. Yeah, you're right. But with that... Oh, we're making 87.5 per minute. So in 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, it'll get what it needs. So I think it'll still work out. Why? That seems to work almost too perfectly. Yeah. The only thing is then when a truck comes by and takes circuit boards from the other part of the output, the drone thing would go offline for a bit. It wouldn't send anything that way. Well, it would send half of what it needs. I don't know. We'll just leave it for now and hope that it works, and if it doesn't, then I'll think about it. Right, so here we are in progression. Tier 8, we've done our drones. Nuclear power is next. To do that, we need supercomputers. So that's like what I want to do next. There is also an argument to be made for, I want to do some of the things that we had left behind. So radio control units, batteries, supercomputers, and... Oh, I guess it's not here, but like AI limiters and high-speed connectors, although arguably... Well, no, not arguably. AI limiters and high-speed connectors can be used in various things. I was going to say they're only used in buildables, but that's not true. They are used in recipes all the time. But we might not need them, so maybe we could skip ahead a little bit, but I feel like it'll catch up to me. The question I have is just generally, for supercomputers, my initial idea was, oh yeah, we'll do the radio control unit recipe, right? This one here. So I was like, sweet. 6 in for both cooling and for radio control units, and you get 3 out. The normal recipe is 1.875, and it needs lots of other components, 2 components of which I don't have. So you need to set up like a kind of a quick wire factory maybe, or a copper quick wire factory, and the same is kind of true for this. More quick wire and some copper cable and some of the extra circuit boards maybe that we have. Just seems like a bit of quite a diversion. But we do have the computers now. We've got 20 something per minute, nearly 30 per minute if we combine them all. So we could do quite a few there. Now we could also do both. I don't know how many of these we're really going to need. Probably, I imagine, a lot. They're needed in the assembly director system, which is ultimately what I'm working towards, right? We need 500. So I mentioned this on the previous stream, that even just doing one machine here, taking in 6, doing 3 per minute, we have a look at, we need 500 divided by 3, 166 minutes. Not that bad, right? 3 hours, and it's done. Because we'll be doing other things. We've got all these other things to do. So it's not even a problem at all. So, yeah. Oh, and then the other... Well, like actually, I think the other limiting factor is the adaptive control units. I think that's something I never wrote down. Yeah, it's coming back to me now. This is at the end of the last stream. The adaptive control units. I don't remember how much I make, because I didn't write it down. So that was why I have written down here on a notepad, do a factory inspection, because I needed to write down what we make. But we're here actually for that already. So we could check how many of those we make and even just start storing them up. I don't mind doing things like that where it's like, yeah, we have a container full of it and we know exactly how much we need to make the 500. So we just load them up in a container first. Why not? This is where they're just going in a big bin. Even my heavy modular frames are going in there. Which is something I don't really understand, because don't I... It is pinned, so I must be automating that and bringing it into a dimensional depot. But where? Where am I doing that? These are the... I'm pretty sure these are the only machines that I've ever made it from. Oh, well, there's the answer. It goes in right there. And what are these? These are the adaptive control units. So we're making 2 per minute. That's it. Well, that's easy enough. Alright, so let's write that one down. Adaptive control units. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm zoomed in, haven't I? 2. Here we go. 2 per minute. Wanted to tell you that there's a new Dexter show coming out with Sarah Michelle Gellar. Interesting. I haven't actually seen Dexter, but Rosie watches it. So she might, yeah, maybe she knows that already. I'll write that down as well, just to let her know. Although often she can hear me anyway, talking away. Thanks. Sarah Michelle Gellar, Sabrina, right? Sabrina the Teenage Witch. Modular engines. Do these also just go into the void? They do. So how many are we making of those? 3 per minute? Let's see if I wrote those down anywhere. No, it doesn't look like it. This list is getting so long. Alright, let's just extend it out further. Oh. So, adaptive. Two and two. Just get rid of that here. They're separated because these are different factories. Weapon control unit. Let's say modular engine. 3. So we'll probably need these in something eventually, right? And then there's the versatile framework, which I've seen rolling out this way too. I think. Could have sworn I saw one earlier. Versatile framework. What does that need? Steel. Oh yeah. There it is right there. See, it comes from downstairs. Okay, cool. And then yeah, we'll send these into their own containers just to bank them, which is really weird. I've never really done that before, but I'm trying to just keep progressing, not get too bogged down. And doing that, I feel like it's necessary. Right, so here we are. Just the 2 machines, I guess so. So that's 5 and that's 5. So we make 10 per minute. And they're being used, so I don't have to consider those. At least I think so. 2, 4, and 6. So 6 per minute. What did I have listed for? I didn't write that down either. Smart plating. No, I guess not. Oh, there's the versatile framework. Okay, so I did write that one down. Let's get rid of that. The smart plating. And what's being made up here? Automated wiring. Okay. So 2, 4, and 6, I suppose. 6 per minute. And that's been, some of it's been used, so we'll consider that in a second. And then there's the automated wiring. So 7.5 per minute. Right, so those two, I'm going to track those and see where they go. So this one goes straight upstairs, and so does this one. So we'll just see what they're being fed into, just to see do I have any left over that could be stored up or not. Obviously, the versatile framework seems to just be coming up here and rolling straight into bin. That's 10 for 10, so that's okay. The smart plating, however, goes up here and goes into these. So it's going to be 2, 4, and 6. So that's 0. We use it all. And then the automated wiring comes up and rolls into these. And that's 5. And that's 5. For my math, we're only using 7.5. Oh, yeah. Little mistake. These need to be underclocked. I can't possibly run using that. So how do we do that? That's 70. Well, really, is it just 75% each? I think so. That's basically what they were running at. That changes things. I must have made some error way back when we were making those. And I can't believe that, but it seems to be true. If that's the case, then automated wiring, that's just using all 7.5. That means that we're using less circuit boards than initially. It was 5. Interesting. Line 32 in Milanote is also versatile framework. No more. Okay. Got it. Yeah, thanks. Oh yeah, automated wiring's there too. Oh, and modular engine was there too as well. Okay. I guess some of this stuff was actually planned. Don't know if I can I just do this? There we go. Alright, so adaptive control unit 2 for 2, modular engine 3 for 3, versatile framework 10 for 10. These are left over, which is fine. But the smart plating is being fully used, as is the automated wiring. And that changing means a few different numbers have to change, which I'll just update in a second. I kind of want to see why has that error happened. Could I have just added another machine to make up the other two? Like, I could just be short a machine. Maybe that's what happened. Or are these two at the end that never get anything? So I guess I'd have to go back and check my Stator production and just fix this all up. So 2.5 Stators, so 7.5 again. So let's see, how many Stators do I make if it's listed at all? 40. And we have 12.5 in surplus. But I think that's, I don't know. Oh God, this will take so long to go through all this, but I need to see, was that number built with it in mind of how many are being consumed or not? The Stators are coming from over here. Nope, that's where they're being fed. Over here. So 5, 10, 15, 20. Okay, so we make 20 per minute, but then up here we make another 20 per minute, so that's why it says 40, so that's accurate. And then we consume a bunch here. So 5, 10, 15, 20. So, okay, so that leaves us with 20 per minute, and then the rest are heading down this way. Going into these machines. 2.5, 2.5, and 2.5, so 7.5. Alright, so let's assume... Yeah, so that's an accurate number then. Okay. So now I'm going to try and do where it just takes 10. But I'll do that in a second. We just need to see, is there enough cable left over? 60 per minute? There is. Okay. Well then, with very little adjustment, we could just add another machine here quite easily. Can't really fit it in there, so we'll just use this one here on the end. Copy that, paste that. Disconnect that one. My number 3 hotkey's not working. A lot of my hotkeys aren't working for some reason today. Strange. Can't use those. Right, it's as easy as that, apparently. And this one will be next. This is... Well, this isn't messed up. I know why that's happening, actually. Or do I? No, that's messed up as well. What the hell's going on? I was going to say it's on the steel frame, but it's not. It's just on itself. It's like it thinks control is being held or something. Maybe that's why... Oh, now the numbers are okay. Oh, dear. Okay. This one... Alright, and just like that, that should be an additional 2.5 automated wiring. So now we can go in here and say that we just have 10 stators left. That apparently we just have 10 cable left here. The automated wiring now should be 10 per minute. And then upstairs I can just correct those manufacturers. Consume what I initially thought they were. Can't go through there, I guess. Alright, fun. Little, Oh, it's Buffy, not Sabrina? Who? What's her name, then? Sabrina. Sarah Michelle Gellar, yeah, okay. It's Melissa Joan Hart. Got it. Right, anyways, Hundo Percento. Then I don't have to make any other adjustments. Right, so we're back up to making 2 per minute. Nailed it. Alright, so 2 and 2. Excellent. These are still fully consumed. Okay, cool. I like doing troubleshooting like that. It's kind of fun. You find a little problem, but as long as the solution isn't like too painstaking, which it wasn't, then it's good. If I had to build a new factory or something, it's like, nah, forget it. We'll just keep these underclocked. Okay, well anyways, so that's all said and done now. So what we need to do next is parse these off into their own thing, rather than just send them into an awesome sync. Just the ones that we're actually storing up, right? So versatile frames, modular engines, and adaptive control units. We'll pop them in their own containers, and then we'll ship them somewhere, even if I got to do it manually in the future. So we just do, I don't know, somewhere like here is probably fine. See what we can do for that. Alright, hopefully this is the correct profile. It is indeed. Hey, Spartan. Catwalk stuff being nudgeable seems kind of nice, honestly. Yeah, it's great. Yeah. It comes in handy. Okay, so very nicely, we can just turn this around. That's our versatile framework. I can just go in there now. This can do something sort of similar. This is our adaptive control units. Nice. And then the modular engine. Do it here. Right, now instead of sending them in there, they're going into their own bins. That should be better. Better for everyone involved. And we'll send, we'll give it to an awesome sync as well if it completely fills up. Although I'd rather really just keep it, actually. But just so that nothing stops the factory. Can't have that. Then we'll start thinking about that assembly director system, which I've never done that before. We're almost at the point where I've never gone further than this. Once the supercomputer factory is done, then that's as far as I've gone. I've made supercomputers before in one machine, which is kind of what we're going to do here. But if I make cooling systems, for instance, then it's like properly automated, and it's like that's stuff I've never done before, and we'll be able to make the assembly director system then. So the idea here was just to have an awesome sync and some smart splitters take care of this. I guess we'll just do a merger here. Can't wait for there to be a straight build mode for pipes. Yeah, they said they're doing that. That's going to be great. I might be wrong, but didn't the modular engine line also have heavy modular frames? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, I'll have to... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, good call. I said, oh, yeah, like a million times there. But, yep, I'll fix that in just a moment. We'll get back to it in a sec. Good call, though. I would have missed that. Right, so you're going to be an overflow splitter that goes in there. Does that go in nicely? It does. That can be an overflow splitter that goes that way. Oh no. Oh, it has to be turned. 1, 2, 3, 4, and like that, I think. Yeah. Alright, so we just have to make that a smart splitter as well. So you overflow to the right, please. You overflow to the right. And you overflow to the right. Ah, that'll completely take care of that. But not the heavy modular frames just yet. Gotta figure that out. These ones, so they were merging onto the same line, but no longer. We'll cut that off. This is where they're going. Cut that off as well. Cut that off. I could be lazy and just build a second one. Which I think I'll probably do. But I can't fit in quite nicely. Let's build it over here then. Alright, overflow out the left, and in you go. Power that. Alright, so yeah, I'm just going to take the heavy modular frames out of that container. Right, done. Okay, so just a bit of a refactor there. I could have made sure, like, oh, it overflows and it goes all the way down and goes in there. It's just a bit, it's not needed. To be honest, this should never even run until these are completely full, and ideally, I'll just add more storage. I don't really want them to ever actually fill. It's just in case they did. Well, I'm not paying attention. I mean, I suppose, excuse me, just to make sure that that doesn't happen for a long time, let's just build another set of containers here. Now what we're going to do is bring those to wherever is needed when we're making the assembly director system, which is probably here actually. We'll just reorganize this a bit, get rid of these machines over on this side. Bit strange doing it kind of more manually, but it's alright, I guess. We'll see how it works. I think the versatile frames need to overflow to the left, not the right. Oh yeah, you're right. Thought I built them all the same. Not that this one matters, I guess, but yeah, good call. Man, you're catching. You guys are really paying attention. Appreciate it. All right, nice. That should be it. Sorted. Alrighty. So what we've done now is we've got all the right numbers for everything we make. We're storing up these three now, just in case we need them for other things. I definitely will need these stored up. If I wanted to even do the math on how many, right, we need 500 assembly directors. We need 500 of those, and it's 1.5 per minute adaptive control units. So it's 2 for every one. So obviously we need 1,000. So when we have 1,000, we could send it into an awesome sync then and be like, the rest can go into tickets. Once we get 1,000, we could start, hopefully by then our supercomputers will be ready to go. And we're going to be making, hopefully, we only need 0.75, which makes you think, yeah, maybe doing just 3 per minute is okay to allow us to advance. I think so. Now, in the video series, when that one day happens, which should be soon, I'll be building bigger than this. There's something that just deeply pains me inside where I'm like, one machine making something cannot possibly be enough for the future. But maybe it will be, for at least for a while. Okay, so the main thing is you don't want to build something and then just even like 10 hours later you realize you just need way more of that thing, because then it's like, oh, that was a waste. But if it lasts for quite a while, then it's okay. All right, so cooling systems. That's what we're going to do. We're going to start this from scratch. Heat sinks, rubber, water, and nitrogen gas. That's going to make 6 per minute, which we're just going to do. Just 6 per minute. In one big fat blender. Now, I can't build blenders. I don't think. Don't you need fused modular frames? Oh, no, you don't. I could have sworn you used to, right? Am I wrong in thinking that? That you needed fused frames? Maybe not, but either way, we've got the aluminum casing now. Funnily enough, I don't actually make any excess aluminum casing anymore. We can, though, with a very minor adjustment to that other factory, but we'll get to that some other time. But there you go. Blender. Right, and that'll be cooling systems. So, we just need to open up the map and have a look at where we're going to do this. In the meantime, but just before I do that, we're going to head back to that factory and see, has the circuit boards kind of corrected itself, because it's quite important that they do before we make any further moves ahead. Having a lot of fun with this. This is good. This is great. Oh, I'm sorry, Spartan. I didn't see what you said. Have you done any work on man alerts lately? Yeah, I work on it every day. Every day I'm working on it. Yeah, Greg is super chill. He lets me, I'm able to talk about what I'm doing, I think. Obviously, I can't really talk about the stuff we're working on that's not done yet, or that's not out yet, or revealed. But I do very light work on it. I'm not really like super hands-on. I'm sort of like, I am a contractor, and it is part-time, you know? I'm not like a full-time 40 hours a week type thing. More like 40 hours a month, usually. So yeah, let's see, what was I doing this morning? So one of the things that we're doing is like a rewrite of all the tutorials. That's just something I wanted to do. One of the reasons he took me on initially was to do additional writing for his tooltips and stuff, and then it was like, I just felt like the tutorials were kind of bad. Or not bad, just could be better, to be diplomatic. They weren't bad, because it definitely was helpful, but there were certain things that, and concepts that weren't really covered in the tutorial anyway. So long story short, the tutorial is very simple. It's just a series of pop-ups that happen on certain events. So let's say you build a building, a type of building, like a house for the first time. That'll trigger a tutorial to pop up. So I did a rewrite of the most of the system, not the entire system, but most of it. So made a bunch of new triggers, and it's a great way of learning Unreal and learning his project a lot more, because I got to look at like all the different ways different things get triggered, and like all the code, you know, you get to see like the code, like how do buildings manifest themselves in the code, and people and ox, like there's even a tutorial like it pops up when an ox grabs something, and then just seeing like how all the code checks for that was quite interesting, and then like, you know, building my own versions of it to do similar things. That was cool. So I just kind of got done with that today, actually. Most of the tutorial rewrites for now are done. It's going to be an ongoing thing because he's reworking certain things, which I think it's okay to say now, because yeah, he put up a poll in their Discord about reworking the market. Now reworks aren't something that I think Greg wants to focus on, and I'm kind of over it as well. But he felt it was important just because a few people were really questioning and stuck on, oh, like I've got a lot of food, but my houses aren't getting the food. What's wrong with the market? So he's kind of streamlining the market a bit more, which I guess will be revealed soon enough when it's done. It's in with playtesters at the moment. So because of that, the tutorial, for instance, for the market would have to be updated and changed, and the tooltips and all the writing. So that stuff is straightforward enough. The other thing I would have done was just recent as well. Again, light UI work. On the top bar on the UI up in the very top left, it won't say just population anymore now, and I think it used to say like families, assigned and unassigned. Now it says, yeah, there was an icon for buildings or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but anyway, now there'll be like a little tooltip where if you hover over it, it looks like a little building, and it'll tell you how many plots that you've built, how many are occupied, and how many are under construction. This is necessary because the market system is really complicated in how food is delivered, and I promise I'll focus on this in just a second. But for Manor Lords, it's really weird because you can have a house, and then it has requirements, right? It has market requirements. And the market requirements are for variety. So it's like a house wants the market to have variety on it. It doesn't actually consume that variety. So let's say it's a tier 2 house, it'll have 3 little pips. So you need to supply 3 different types of food to the market, not to the house. I always thought it was to the house. I always thought, oh, they need 3 types of food. They want bread, meat, and fish, for instance, and they'll eat 3 every month. It's not true. They always just eat 1, but they want to have access to a market that has a variety on it. So it's like, oh, okay. This is part of the reason why that's being rewritten, because I didn't get it, and I think a decent amount of people don't really think about it either. Anyways, I was going somewhere with that. Oh yeah. So the plots are quite interesting because one family will consume 1 unit of food, but a plot has requirements for maybe 2, 3, or 4, depending on the size of plot it is, or the tier. It could be a tier 1, 2, or 3. However, you can extend your plot so that 2 families can move in. So now you've got a situation where a family could be eating 2 pieces of food, but they still require just the base requirements. You could also then upgrade it to a tier 3, and now there's 4 families inside of a single plot. This is why I wanted to create UI that separates out, showing you how many plots you've built versus how many families you have, because it's not the full story just to know how many families you have. That's how much food you consume. but the amount of plots you have is actually what you'll need to supply the market with. It's kind of, I feel like, a little complicated, or at least maybe it doesn't need to be that way, but that's the way it is. So plots consume 1 firewood, so that's also another thing. So it's like, yeah, separating that out, and then it might sound simple, but I'm still learning it, you know, like learning Unreal and stuff. So for me, it was like, okay, I'm gonna like create a new UI element, learn how to code a little function that will say like it has to add up all the current buildings that are there, check whether they're occupied. But then there's other situations where it's like, you know, if they're being built or if there's multiple families inside a plot, well, we got to figure like out how to just display it nicely. And then I made little icons for it, and I wrote all the text for it and got that in. So that's just a very small little thing that I've done. So I just do small UI work, little tutorial work, writing mostly, and then I've been working on policies. So some of the design stuff would be like the you can enact policies. At the moment, there's only 2 in the game, and I don't know when these are going to be in, but I've made like 30 or something now. Well, just on design, they haven't been implemented. So we have to go through those and see which would be good for gameplay, and then pop them in. Anyway, so that's what I was working on. Right, so the reason I came back here was to see if these are coming out nicely, which it seems like they are. There's 181 in there now, and a new... Oh, it's actually just arriving with them right now, I think. 170. Let's see if it goes up to 2 stacks. If it's gaining stacks, that's a really good sign. If it's not, still okay, because it's much more than we saw before, which was like 90. We did say it needs to be at least 150, right? So it does seem to be the case. Yeah, so he's dropped that off. So really all you need to check is that these are all getting everything, right? That's ultimately the arbiter of if the factory's running or not, that the ones in the end are at 100, and the ones second to last are at 100 as well. Yep. Alright, cool. So there we go. That problem does seem to be fixed. And the very last thing, just because I like talking about that stuff, is the tutorial logic. Like it was you know, as Greg has mostly built that game on his own, as you can imagine, as you're learning and adding things over multiple years, it gets a little messy because it's things you didn't anticipate going on top of other things. His code is actually quite structured and quite good and all of that. You know, it's more advanced than anything I could do anyway, so I can't even really judge it. It looks good to me, but in the tutorials, for instance, you could just see things building on top of each other and all this like placeholder work. So I just did this whole refactor of like reorganizing it and streamlining it, so that if I go away tomorrow and I'm not working on it, other people can come in and add them like way easier now and stuff like that. So I'm really, as you can, you know, from a factory builder's perspective, I'm very OCD with that stuff. I like to document things and comment on everything, or add comments to the code, or add comments to even the graph editors in Unreal, and make sure that it's like, here's how you, like it literally says like in there, here's how you add a new tutorial. Like you copy one of these over, change that, you add these triggers, and then you have to add it to this other thing. You add the writing file to this, the data entry file or whatever before it gets added to or imported into Unreal, and then that will display. Like that's how they work. So now it's just like super easy to add them, and they're categorized and everything. So, and all the little comments I do, I always add a little blue tint to them, so we know that it was me. But anyways, that's that. I want to form machines working, making turbo motors, supercomputers, etc. just while I set up nuclear. It's more than enough for Mark III miners and to build your heart out. Yeah, that's good. That's really good info. All right, we'll focus back up on this. Hope people didn't mind me going on a little diatribe there about a little tangent about Manor Lord's work. It is super addictive to work on it, and I just kind of have my own hours. I can just dedicate whatever time I want, but I love it. So I tend to work on it quite a long time, especially since I'm learning it. And I was pretty happy because Greg was like, oh nice, you're starting to do like more advanced stuff now. I was like, yes, praise from the big man up top, hopefully. And then other times I'm like, oh, he probably hates me. But anyway. Wes, how am I doing today? I'm good. I'm very good. I hope everyone else is doing well too. I said it in my Discord today, if you're American, and whether it's woohoo or boohoo, well, really, I don't want people talking politics, but, you know, hopefully everyone is still doing good and happy, just generally. All right, so cooling systems. We're going to open up Satisfactory Calculator. I need to go to the bathroom as well, so we'll do that in a second. But that's what we're going to do. Open up Satisfactory Calculator, see where the nitrogen gas and what we need for this recipe is, and then we're going to build a new factory. I don't know if Spartan hung around or not. That was all for him, and he hasn't said anything yet. All right, be back, and for me. Back in just 1 sec. Bump. Alrighty. Just bear with me 1 sec. Okay. Right, so cooling systems. Something new. Okay, heatsink, rubber, water. I'm going to write this down actually just in myself so you know what to look for. So, obviously, gas. Hey Cameron. Hey Darren, I've been watching your 1.0 from the start and I've been addicted. I noticed you're able to build multiple foundations at once. How are you doing this? When you take out a foundation, press R. Hotkey R. And it'll change your build mode to Zoop. A lot of things have this. So if you're building belts, you also have a build mode for straight belts. Excuse me again, sorry. Then you can do 10. Up to 10. No problem. So, gas, water. So rubber, I'll put it in brackets, oil. That's something that we're going to have to look for. And then heat sinks are like copper and stuff, I think, right? Copper and alclad. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's a bit of an issue. I only make 30 per minute. And to be honest, I need it for my Mark V belts. Could probably store some up in a big container. I think I already am because I'm putting it into a depot. But definitely need another aluminum factory. But we could skip ahead before we get to it. But certainly it's got to, like, we'll need it. We'll be out of aluminum then. So we could build heat sinks. At 80%. So 30 per minute. So we could get 6 heat sinks out. Which means we can only do 3 cooling systems. Which means we can only do 1.5 supercomputers per minute. Which means 2 machines making the assembly directors. It can still be done. That's the path forward. Yeah, I might build this to scale so that we know that we can supply more. But yeah, so the alclad is something that we're just going to deliver in. So that's going to be trucks. Similar. Alright, we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel now to prevent me having to build anything really big. Or bigger. That's the pathway forward. Okay, so now knowing everything that we need, go on to the calculator. Let me just log in to get rid of ads. I enjoy your turbo power generator VOD, and it was an inspiration. Thank you. Thanks, Christian. And hey, Siam. Yeah, Siam. Right, so, looking at the map, we need to decide where would be a good place to get nitrogen gas, number 1. Which, is it even in this list? Oh, resource wells. There we go. Oh, that's why those ones are still on the thing. Alright, so nitrogen gas is in these locations. Don't we have stuff out here? This is next to our turbo thing. Pretty close. Closer to the gap. About there. Okay, that's one. We've got one right on top of us, where we are now. Which is close to the Alclad, actually, which would only be here. So they're really close to each other. That's a huge amount, by the way. And there's more over there. Also listed... Where do you even get impure? That's some over there. Okay, so most of it's pure. I thought there was nitrogen... Oh yeah, there is. I was going to say, I thought there was some up in the north coast. Wow, that's really limited. Water then is needed. Well, we're next to water with that, so that's... 2. And then it needs rubber. Now, how much rubber do I make? I make 110 rubber per minute. I would have to come a bit further. Drones might be able to carry it. I feel like I might be at my limit for turbo fuel, fueling those drones. Someone also asked why don't I use packaged liquid biofuel for the trucks. That'd be a great idea. I just need to find a way to kind of deliver it out of this crater, because that's where we have that place. So out of the crater we'd have to drive up and like deliver it to other places or drone it that way. But again, I only make 25 turbo fuel per minute, so I feel like my drones are kind of using it all already. Not really sure entirely how to check that. So copper was the final thing, and copper is also around this area too. I reckon everything's here then. This might be a perfect spot for it. You can just call me Connor, that's my real name. Hard to remember when there's so many people, but I'll see if I can, Connor. I've been watching a lot of your Update 8 and using trucks because of you. Nice. Hope you're happy with that. Happy with them. Yeah, we could train or use a train to bring the biofuel. That's true. Yeah, could totally do that. That would make sense because it's quite high volume actually. At least for. See, everything there would have to be kind of manual, which would be kind of fun because liquid biofuel is not going to be automated. We do have something like 30,000 of it now, so packaged. But I like the idea of getting a train with like 3 carriages or something, and then just like hitting a switch to call it where you want, and then just sending it back and being like, when we're ready, we'll bring it back again, you know? Because that will always have to be somewhat manual. That's the risk. But I like that. I like the idea of all this. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think we're going to build on the resource well that's out here to get the gas. We'll build a new to-do list now. So the aluminum's here already. The copper's here already. The water is here already. Gas. The only thing that's not here would be the rubber. And that can be brought in, I think. Oh yeah, the last thing would just be checking that I can even do that. So we're going to be running these at 50%. That's the best I can do. So it only needs 6 rubber per minute. I think we got it. These do feel like desperate times. And then it's perfect because we'll mix the cooling systems in with a little bit of radio control unit we have right here, and we'll make our supercomputer. So this turns out it wasn't a radio control unit factory after all. It was secretly a supercomputer factory. Nobody knew it. Not even me. Alright. Hopefully we're all on board. Let's get started. How are you doing now? You emptying out? Good. That's what we want to see, because it was filling up unnecessarily. Right, let's build a to-do list. We'll start with the, I guess, just general foundations and land clearance. Then we'll do gas. So nitro gas. Shouldn't be too much space needed either, because we're only doing like one machine. Maybe in the future we can do multiple, but we'll just take a little bit for now, and then we know that this place will just have to upgrade in the future. The nitrogen gas. Then we'll need the copper. We'll make it into sheets. That'll be heat sinks, basically, then, after that. Once we make the heat sinks, we can do the cooling systems by bringing in the rubber. The water will be part of the gas, I guess, basically, as well. And then supercomputers. I guess it's that easy. And then, maybe if we even have time, Ass director system. Okay, that's it. That's the to-do. Eating dinner while watching Darren play is the best way to start an awesome evening. What are you having for dinner? That's the most important question. Don't lie. Might have to do a little enemy clearance actually as well. How do we make bullets, or what are they called? Rifle ammo. Copper sheets as well, actually, and smokeless powder. You get that from heavy oil. Yeah. Alright. It would be nice to set up a weapons factory sometime. Wow. Now he's a big boy, but he took quite a few hits there. Someone said make shorts out of doing combat. Their other suggestion was good too, but that one I quite disagree with, I gotta be honest. I don't think anyone would want to watch that. Uh-oh. Must you be on the gas? I don't want to throw bombs at him or anything. Oh, he's actually just throwing me. Oh! Oh, he got me! Damn. Maybe I should get rifle ammo. I think that might be the 4th death now. Yeah, I might go and just make some rifle ammo really quickly. We can make smokeless powder. We've done it before, and just so that I have a bunch for the future. Go run and get my inventory. That's why I'm not going to make shorts on my combat. It's not exactly the best. We died down here. I think I got what I need to just do the smokeless powder first, though. Homemade lasagna. Oh, nice. I actually don't like lasagna, but I can appreciate it, you know? It's like, I guess I ultimately just don't like it, but I can tell, like, it's, you know, a nice, hearty meal. So I can appreciate it. Yeah, I used to complain. It's just like, my mom used to make it with loads of vegetables and stuff, and I was like, ugh, too much. As a kid. But I actually don't think I've had it in maybe... $20 years, maybe? I don't think I've had lasagna in like 20 years. And I'm not a big pasta guy, and pizza's like okay. I guess Italian food isn't like too up my alley. Pizza would be the only thing. But even that, I'm like, take it or leave it. So, in order to get the smokeless powder, what else goes into it? Heavy oil and something, isn't it? Black powder. And that's sulfur and... So how much black powder do I have? Well, we have a whole factory making black powder, so I can just go get some. And then we'll throw that into a refinery, mix it with some of the heavy oil residue we have down there. And then we'll crank out a bunch... Get our weapons, get back to the area, clear the area quicker, and then get building. Try to go a bit faster. Do I play horror games? No, not really. Not at the moment. I mean, I play... I genuinely... Almost all types of games I play. Except I don't really play much online games. So horror, you know, I've played games like Amnesia and stuff in the past, but in the last few years, not really. You know, I've played Outlast and Resident Evil. A variety of those games, but yeah, beyond that, not really. Or just not lately. Not lately would be the right term. Let this fill up a bit more as well. Just grab some of this stuff. Where's this going? Why is there two separate lines? Oh, because I didn't have the belt speed initially, I think. Is that why? don't know. Feel that way about shrimp. Wish I liked them. It's funny you mentioned that. The only time I have pizza is when I have shrimp on pizza. Or not the only time, but often that's what my go-to is, like garlic kind of pizza with prawns. Yeah, for whatever reason, always liked prawns. Used to have, I always remember around Christmas and stuff, my mom would make like a prawn cocktail kind of thing. Just love it. I need 400 by the way, so I've got 300 right now. Yeah, I played Alien Isolation. I used to work for Creative Assembly, and that was the game that they made. And only played like 4 or 5 hours, and just didn't click with me. Just didn't really like it. Me and Rosie play horror games together when I do, and we loved like Outlast and Amnesia and a few other. We definitely played other ones, but whatever. We hadn't seen Aliens, so that might have been part of it. I was just like, this is like really slow. Not that scared by the alien. It never really appeared, and I get it was supposed to be building suspense and stuff, and it just didn't really feel like it was doing it for me. But oh well. Maybe one of my bad takes. Shrimp on pizza. Yeah, man. Garlic and shrimp. Garlic. I don't know what it's called. It has like a name. It's in loads of restaurants. It's a common enough thing. At least over here. Seeing how organized your factories are makes me want to restart the game. Me? I feel like they're not that organized. Like they could always be better. As time goes on with our blueprints and stuff, they get more organized over time though, you know? But I know generally some people just pull pipes and belts wherever they want to go. Like my factories are in lines, but that's not that organized really. Beyond that. Alright, so we'll take one of these. Just your bog standard refinery. We'll set it to smokeless. Feed in 200 there. Take out power shards. Give it the power. Whack it all the way up. So it's 25 heavy oil per minute. This is heavy oil. I'm going to turn off one of these just for a moment. It should be fine. Actually, we'll just leave it on and see what happens. See if it works. It should be 25 per minute. So maybe we could bring this down to 50. Chops away some of the liquid we would have otherwise been using. Alright, now we're making smokeless powder. Now, I wanted to make rifle ammo. That takes copper sheet. Right here. And I assume it's an assembler, right? Okay. Alright, there you go. Just like that, rifle ammo. With no consequences to anything else whatsoever. I'll just wait for that to burn through all my smokeless powder here, and then we'll be ready for him, the hog. Alright, just while that's happening, I'll catch up on chat. Beers and tea, I lock. Sorry, those are typos. That's okay. I don't have spaghetti. I don't have a spaghetti per se, but come on. Hey Darren, I'm a little late, but I made it. How's the factory coming along? Yeah, I'd say you're right on time, because we've just, at the beginning of the stream, for the last, wow, I can't believe it's been an hour and 20. I've just done some checks on what I've currently been making. We've, like, made sure all the numbers are correct, figured out the planning that we're going to do for cooling systems, and we're just, starting to build now. What we need to do is lay out the foundations, but there was a radioactive hog there that killed me. So now I'm just manufacturing some rifle ammo so that I can go back there, take control of the area. And also just because I've needed to make some for a while, so I just thought I'd lazily make some here very quickly. So I'm siphoning off some of the heavy oil that would be otherwise going into these fuel refineries, which might dip power for a minute, but hopefully not the way I've done it. We're only taking a little bit to underclock some machines, so it should be okay. Yeah, we're just gonna burn through all this. We only got 86 left in our inventory, so 286 to go. 50 per minute, so what's that? 5 minutes? 5 minutes will be out of here. 187.5 per minute rifle ammo. Do I have the rifle in this thing, or did I have it in my... Oh, I've dropped my rifle. Okay. Glad you're finally making some ammo. I'm only doing it manually, so... Yeah, it would be nice to set up a full-fledged factory for it, but it'd be nice to do a lot of things. Ultimately, we have the framework for what we're going to do there, right? Foundations, then the nitrogen gas, copper sheets, heat sinks, cooling systems, supercomputers, and the assembly director system. We're only doing like 1 or 2 machines for each step. So I think it might actually be doable today, and then we could bang out the first part of phase 4 before we look at then the magnetic field generator. But ultimately I need 50 supercomputers so I can advance the next milestone, which is nuclear power. Alright, not much left to go. Any more questions? Now's your chance, because I'm focused up on, we're just waiting for these machines. Also got a sandwich here that I'm just going to start eating as well, soon as this would be a perfect time to do it. Have sloops for your ammo? Oh yeah, that'd be great. Oh, I don't think I have any, actually. That would have been a good... Oh, I've got one. That's anything would help. Good call. What about the nuke obelisk? That's North Korea, as opposed to America. That's funny. Yeah, shout out to that. That was a good idea. Sorry, I don't really like to eat on stream, but I didn't really eat today. I had a croissant earlier, and that was it. It's like 5 p.m. What is this? Chicken Caesar bacon. And pret a mange. Just go to this screen, just to show people we're just waiting for a minute. Got the first nuke. America is known for its guns, rifle ammo, its production facilities. Being as America is the only country that's ever dropped nukes, I'd say they're known for nukes more than anyone, even if other people have more, or just have them. I think they have the most still, but... I watched Oppenheimer. I'm a big Nolan stan. I'm Cillian Murphy, representing. This is a pretty good amount, actually, that we're getting out of this. Alright, 102 left to go. Yeah, I saw it in cinemas. I'm pretty tempted to watch it again because it's been a while since whenever that came out. Because a little bit went over my head because it started moving very, very, very quickly towards the end. And it's cutting between all the different, like, people and time, well, not necessarily timelines, but the trial, and then back to the interrogation, and then back to the trial, and then to this restaurant where they're debating things. And there was like this big reveal almost that certain characters like kind of actually bad or whatever. He's like, oh, he's been screwing you over this whole time. And I'm like, I don't even know who he is. I don't even know who he is. So felt a little lost just towards the end. Like I obviously got the majority of the film, but some of the internal politics, I think I probably missed out on some of the depth there. You know that the government announced that aliens exist. Aliens don't exist. It's because one group of people think that what they said confirms aliens, and another group think that it doesn't. That's why nobody's freaking out. Because it's not really real. I think people would freak out if they were like, there is an actual alien here. But that's not happening. The scientific community alone would just like be like all up about it. The reason the scientists don't care is because it's not really real. At least in my opinion. Any ship or crashed ship or weird propulsion system or whatever, you know, going around, most likely man-made. What FOV do I normally use? Just check in a second. 103. Very specific. But in this vast universe. Oh, I just meant here. I'm not saying anywhere. Although I subscribe to the belief that aliens, they might not exist. I know it seems unthinkable, given the scale of everything, but there's no evidence for them. Given the amount of time that's elapsed. Seems very odd that we can't see them. As Brian Cox says, you know, they should have written their presence across the stars, like, because we will. You'll see us, our energy signatures and things like that. But we don't see anything. There's loads of reasons that might be the case, you know, but we don't know why. It's one of the big mysteries. If so much time has passed, you know, what is it? The universe is like 13, 14 billion years old, something like that. And Earth is 4 billion years. Actually, I don't want to copy that number in because it takes all the oil out, so you don't want to do that. I just want to copy this in. Earth's 4 billion years old, and for 3 billion years it was just like nothing. It was like single-cell organisms. And then in the last billion, multicellular life got up and running, and in the last million, civilization. And in the last really 20,000 years, it's like proper civilization, technological advancement. So it's a blip. It's like no time at all. So if it doesn't seem like we're the first, although we could be, maybe we're just the first. Like maybe it takes 20 billion years on average for any civilization to get started per galaxy. So maybe it was just like, oh, on average it's like 1 per galaxy, or less than 1 per galaxy. Maybe a lot of galaxies don't have any, and it's just really rare. The one thing that I always think, I never really hear argued about, I'd love to talk to someone about it who's like in the know, is I've kind of lost my train of thought on it, actually, just like immediately. It's hard to play and talk and read chat as well at the same time, but yeah, I've just lost it. I had it and then just completely went out of my mind. It'll come back to me though. You get people that believes that we've never left the Earth's atmosphere. I don't know if many of those people are really real. I think they're amplified somewhat by the internet, and then a lot of people just troll and joke and go along with it. Whereas I bet the amount of people that actually believe that is really, 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 really minuscule. Nice job building my community. I don't really feel like I've built any community, but thank you. Damn, it's gonna kill me now that I couldn't finish that sentence. That I just ran out of words. Oh yeah, I got it. So we know, like, basically, at least we think we know that, like, what components are needed to make life, right? Or it's like, well, here's what we're made of, and here's what the most basic primitive life forms are made of. But we can't make that happen, even under lab conditions. Like, we can't force it. It was like, that's really weird, isn't it? So it's like, even with us focusing specifically on the things that we know are like compromise early life, we can't make it happen. Like, we can't just make it happen. You know, no matter how much pressure we add or whatever temperature or whatever, It's like, damn, we can't make a single cell organism just come out of nothing, out of dead matter. So there's something to be said about that, where it's like, if we can't do it at the moment, maybe in the future we'll figure it out. But if we can't do that at the moment, maybe it's just unbelievably rare to have this happen. Like, just unbelievable. You know, 1 in a trillion type thing. It's like, this just doesn't happen anywhere. And then you have to go, okay, well, if it does happen, for 3 billion years, we were just single-cell organisms on this planet. How many planets might just exist like that, where life did manage to happen, but it never formed multicellular because comet hit, star exploded, you know, any number of things. It's like, okay, so not only is it unbelievably difficult, we don't even know how difficult. We've no metric for it because it's only just us. We've no metric for how difficult it is to make life start. So that has to happen somehow. But given the scale of everything, it should happen, right? At least we think so. Unless there really is a divine hand at it. That has to happen, and then it has to remain protected for long enough where multicellular life gets started, if it ever gets started. It took us 3 billion. Maybe it takes another planet a day. Maybe it happens straight away. Or maybe it takes 10 billion years. Anyway, I don't know why we're talking about this, but yeah, I think if aliens were among us, I think people would be paying attention. But the reality is, it's just because the government says like there's an unidentified object and they don't know what it is, that doesn't confirm aliens, in my opinion. Anyways, right, got the inventory back, got the rifle, loaded it up. One day we'll have neutron colliders in our homes like everyday appliances, then the aliens will welcome us. Maybe. I love that theory that we're being observed. It's quite an interesting one. Sorry, I'm just going to eat this really quickly and then we can get started. Otherwise I'm going to be starting a lot. Does seem very slim, right? 60 billion planets in the Milky Way. They could support life, but nothing. Yeah, it's like, oh, the scale of the galaxy is so big. There's like a trillion stars or something. Something crazy. It doesn't matter, right? It's been the billions anyway. But yet we don't see, no one got a head start on us. No one even got just a 1,000,000-year head start or a 1,000,000,000-year head start. Why don't we see anything? That's the scarier thing, I think, is almost that you don't see anything out there. That's crazy. Like, that is crazy. I'm not going to choke to death, but thanks. Yeah, it's crazy. You don't even come across, like, machines or anything. I don't know, man. Maybe we're trapped in a Dyson sphere? Some people think we're living on the inside of a black hole. I actually really like that theory. It explains a few things. Not everything. But it's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's one of the theories, Jamichael, which is like, you know, maybe our technology is just where it is now, but in a few thousand years, it would be good enough where we can just like create our own energy or whatever, or create energy like really easily, and we wouldn't use radio waves or light waves to communicate and things like that. So the energy signature of a really advanced civilization is something we're just not looking for. But I don't know. Seems like a cop-out to say like, oh, we're just not advanced enough to see. Like, well, we can see other things pretty clearly. It's a possibility, but it's like, I don't know. It just seems like we can colonize. Apparently, like the models show that we could colonize our entire galaxy in a few million years, a couple million years, just if we did it automated. So it's like conceivable that you can do it. So it's like, why hasn't anyone done it? But maybe it's just like alien life just wouldn't have the natural inclination to expand. Maybe we're the only ones that think that way. You know? Life can come in all sorts of forms, and maybe they just don't think about expanding off their home world, or I don't know. Because that's a very primitive, like, that's our thing, right? It's like territory and expansion and going somewhere and doing stuff. Maybe it's really rare to have a life, intelligent life, that is also then expansionist. Maybe if a galaxy does support life, it just, even if it's intelligent, it kind of just stays on its system. I don't, it's hard to imagine. Just if something needs resources, you think it would go somewhere eventually. But anyway, I don't know. For anyone who's just joined, I'm just eating a sandwich and then we'll get back into it. I do apologize. And then we're just talking about the universe. No dark matter or energy interaction? Yeah. It could be something there to do with dark matter, I guess. Dark matter seems to be a force that's pulling things together that we can't measure, and we don't know why it's there, but we can estimate. See, dark matter is such a weird thing. We don't even know if it really truly exists. People are trying to find it. It's just through observation at a macro scale, looking at galaxies. It's like, well, it shouldn't be able to stay together based on the gravity alone. Something else is holding it together, and that's what we call dark matter. And we can say, like, well, it seems like 87% of the universe is made up of this stuff that we can't see and we can't do anything with, but we know it must be there because things are being held together by it. But it could just be that the models that we have for what we currently think, the numbers that we think a galaxy holds together based on this number, maybe that's just completely off. I mean, that's what they think could be also another possibility. It's like Einstein's laws or whatever can work at the... It's like Newton. Newton's laws worked at the system scale, like our solar system. You can predict things pretty well there. But Einstein's laws then worked like much better at like larger scales. And maybe it's just like you need another model for when you go even higher. Because I could be wrong, but I feel like there was no question about dark matter until they started looking at things on a really large scale. So it's like, oh, suddenly our numbers are way off now. And then there's the same kind of happen. Same is true at the quantum level. So it's like when you go really small. So it's like, oh, there isn't just some nice, neat number that we can fit over the whole thing. At least it's just not working out that way yet. Two civilizations existing and meeting is like hitting one bullet fired from Neptune with another. You can't say what it's like because we don't know how many other civilizations there are. There can't be any probability to it because we don't have a sample. We only have ourselves. All we know is that our planet is here for about 4 billion years before civilization started. And we are in a remote part of the Milky Way galaxy. The galaxy has billions of stars and billions of planets, many of which could harbor life, we think. So, and is it... If anyone just got started a few million years before us, we should see them. That's the argument. And then it's like, yeah, okay. Even seeing another... well, anyway, it doesn't really... it's not that it doesn't matter, but it's like, it's just unknowable at the moment. No one knows. It's why people call it the Fermi paradox, right? It's like, we don't know why we can't find anyone else. Because we should, by now, have been able to detect something. That's the argument, anyway. Yeah, Phaedrus has the right answer there. Dark energy is the same. Can't detect it. It's more of a filler in the equation. Exactly, yeah. That's also crazy. Like, oh, the universe is expanding and speeding up. Everything's getting stretched apart. And we don't know why, so we just call it dark energy. Something is propelling things forward. Space expanding is crazy as well. People often think that it's like a bubble and space is pushing out and out and out into something. That's not it, though. It's the space itself is expanding. Like if you could overlay a point system, it's like the distance between the points and the coordinates are getting wider and wider between every point. And gravity is actually fighting against it, which is also interesting. So it's not just like an inherent property of, like it's actually a force, which is why they call it dark energy. Not just something that's happening. It's like, oh no, there's actually a force within the system pushing things out somewhere. Anyway, your streams either include existentialism about our role in the universe, or whichever Indian food you're planning to eat that day. Yeah. It's just the things I'm interested in. I've got nobody to talk to about it either. Nobody's interested. Yeah, to Belarius's point, you know, the aliens, if you want to go back to alien topics, it's like, yeah, there could be other I think it's probably quite likely that there's single cell type life on other planets, which if you found that, that'd be crazy as well. It'd just be crazy to see how that works, because we have DNA and how that formed and everything. It'd be just interesting to see what does another form look like under a microscope type thing. How could that work? And is it really similar to ours? And if it's really similar, then you might even ask, did it come from the same origin as us? If it's quite different, then you could probably say like, no, this just does happen everywhere. But then you could also have it where it's like, well, dinosaurs are on this planet for like 1 million years or whatever, or millions of years. So you could have intelligent life that just doesn't really evolve to become like a civilization. That can happen too. There could be planets out there where it's just wildlife, right? It just goes on and on and on for years and years and years. It never works towards any intelligence goal. We just evolved that way. That could be the branch point that's really rare. Who knows? Hey, Sinister Plank. Almost finished now, by the way. Thanks for bearing with me. All right. Hey, Sinister Plank. All right, thank you all for waiting and watching, or just hanging around. Yeah, I think that's going to be it for the space talk. Fun though, fun to think about, but to sum it up, I don't think aliens are among us. Why we don't see them anywhere else, no idea. I'm a bit of a contrarian, so I always like to go with the idea that, well, maybe it is just us, but maybe it's not a divine reason. It could just be extremely rare. Just maybe. You know, years ago I would have been like, well, obviously the numbers, there's so many galaxies, of course. But then it's like, the more you think about it, it's like, well, it doesn't seem like we can make life happen here under artificial conditions. So how, you know, expecting it to happen in natural conditions is even rarer. So rare, in fact, that it might not happen at all. Then there's several layers to it. It's like, okay, it has to form a single cell somehow. Somehow that has to then form multicellular life. We don't even know how that happened. It's like one cell got trapped in another and they both survived and then somehow reproduced. It's like, nobody knows how that happened or why that would work, but it did, apparently. And then that gave rise to everything, apparently. So it's like, okay, we're supposed to think that this just happens everywhere, you know, all the time. It's like, I don't know, man. It just seems like if we could make it happen in a lab like that, it's like, oh yeah, under enough pressure, forcing like base components together, like carbon and stuff like that, it naturally sort of forms into a closed system and it reproduces. It's like, oh shit, there we go, it happens. But because that doesn't seem to be easily doable, it's like, no way this is happening everywhere. But the scale is so big that that's the you know, the argument, right? It's like, it has to be because the scale is so big. The great mystery. Makes you sad thinking that was just never known. Well. Alright, so we went and we picked up some rifle ammo. We can actually start this build now as we approach an hour and 45 in. The minimum gene concept. Indeed. And where's that hog? Oh god. That was a good chicken Caesar bacon thing. It was great. Didn't see that one coming. Why not? Do I have a jetpack? Do I have my inhalers? Learn my hotbar better. Makes me want to play a shooter. I haven't played one in a while. So rusty. He must be dead, right? Yep. Alrighty. So, yeah, we gotta tap this gas extraction well. We don't have to tap the entire thing, technically. It's so huge as well. There's so many nodes to it. But I only need a little bit. So we'll probably just take a bit from the corner. Really glitched out on that hard drive thing. Bacon. Yeah, it was, it's, I don't even know what was in it. It's like chicken salad of some sort, lettuce, I guess. Sort of a mayonnaise-y type sauce, but more than that. But kind of mayonnaise-y. And then some bacon, but very thinly sliced bacon. It was great. Oh, and I got it for free, actually. I went to, oh, not this again. I went to Pret a Manger this morning when I dropped Rosie off. Just got it. And I went in and tried to pay contactless, but it didn't work. It was like card decline. I was like, oh, okay. I tried a different card. And then it just froze the machine. And she's like, oh, do you have like a regular card? Like not contactless? And I was like, I don't, actually. Just have this. So I was like, I could come back. And she's like, yeah, you can just have it. Just take it. I was like, okay. But yeah, the machine like totally froze. Like they closed the till then after that, I think. Because couldn't get it to work. So, and then later I paid with something on the same card and it was fine. So I guess it wasn't me. But yeah, I got it for free then, ultimately. I did say actually to her, I was like, I'll come in and pay for it like next time I'm back. And I probably will. The guilt. Although I said that thinking it was probably me at the time. Now I think it was them, so now I'm kind of like, oh, maybe not. But I'll still do it. It's so silly. It's like, oh, company, they're doing fine, like it's not a problem. I just feel like it's wrong to take it for free. I don't know why. I just have that feeling. It's like, oh, our machine thing didn't work. It's like, okay, they could say like, well, then that's it. You can't, our machine doesn't work, but we can't give it to you either. But there's, because they gave it to me, I'm like, oh, well, I'll come in and pay for it then. I don't know, it's so weird. Alrighty. Let's foundation it. I forgot about the little car that rolls through here, actually. It's good to remember that. I wouldn't have. And I'll do just a quick recap in a second, just when we do these foundations, about what we're actually doing here. Is it gonna be enough to cover it? That could actually probably just look cool at that size. But it would probably still work here, but then would it work going over those things? Probably not. Alright, we'll just do one above. Anyway, good guy Darren. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with me. I watched Let's Game It Out. Gameplay is Satisfactory. Dude was crazy. Yeah, guy just, yeah, just pushes things to their limit, I guess, which is quite interesting to see. He games it out fully. Okay, just making sure it fits. The book, The Omnivore's Dilemma, talks about it, and one theory is that intelligence evolved in order to distinguish between food, good to eat, and not. Brain had to expand memory and reasoning. On other worlds where food might be fundamentally different, perhaps that impetus didn't exist? Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Not to dwell, I don't want to dwell on it because, you know, I'll go off topic and be distracted from building. But, I don't know if that's really it, though. It might be. It's just, it depends what level of intelligence you're talking about. Because, you know, there's dinosaurs and things, and that's like intelligence. To a degree. But it's not civilization. So, and they were around for way longer than we are. And they didn't evolve to keep getting smarter. I wonder what was it that made us... What made that jump somewhere where it's like... Suddenly there was like a monkey or whatever that was really clever. And they had an advantage. Big one. And that trait was dominant enough that it got passed down. You know, that kind of stuff is interesting to think about. Like, how did that happen? And why didn't it happen before? Why were those lizards around for so long with the same systems, right? They had food, all this sort of thing. Like, they would have had the same kind of competition for food and everything, and yet they just, it apparently just became more fierce rather than becoming more clever, at least to a certain extent. They didn't have that whatever jump we had, where we just suddenly, we had a sudden jump. And then it just kept getting smarter and smarter or whatever. Same planet too, yeah. What was different? You know, the atmosphere changed, I guess. But anyway. That's why some people think, don't some people think like when the meteor hit or whatever, something arrived on the meteor that already had traces of... No, that couldn't be true though. The DNA is still the same. Yeah. Couldn't be true. Never mind that. Scratch that. Anyways, we'll leave it at that. Alright. Resource well pressurizer. So, we're making... I said I'd go over what we're making. We're here next to my radio control unit factory. We just made it in the last kind of stream. So today I'm going to be making a bunch of things over on the right side of the screen. Foundations, nitrogen gas. Then we're going to get some copper sheets together. Heat sinks is for the first thing that we want to make. Then cooling systems, supercomputers, and assembly director system. That might sound like a lot. We're doing it all quite low volume. So it should be actually quite doable. That will allow me to hopefully get the next milestone and get the first objective in the phase 4 done, which is something I've never done before. So that's what we're going to be trying to do even just today. So the first thing is really heat sinks. Well, actually, that's its own separate thing. So we already have the alclad. We'll need the extra bit of copper that I have to make copper sheets, which is super easy. That's not a problem. We do need to bring in water here. So, so cooling system is what we're building. So the heat sinks will go in, the rubber, the water, and the gas. Now, the water I was going to bring in from over there. There is also a water thing, whatever it's called, like the underground water nearby, I think. 275 meters and 450 something meters. Sorry, yeah, I have the... I shouldn't even need to scan. I have radar towers. I just turned it off. There we go. Yeah, it's actually up there. Like, huh, you could just use that. But I reckon we'll just pipe some over. It seems closer and maybe more relevant. Although I still need to choose the location that we're actually going to do this. Could just build up and over this. I think that might be easiest, because the factories that we're dealing with are fairly raised in the first place. Although, that area out there looks pretty good. Maybe we'll just start out there. That way this factory can just have a bridge connecting over to it. The water pipeline can just connect straight over and down rather than needing pumps. Hopefully the drones avoid it. Yep. Alright, we'll do it out there. I'll just go straight. I'll try to keep that... Well, yeah, just for now, just keep it at the same height. That sounds good. Tries all sorts of combinations, whichever takes the least amount of work for the most amount of benefit is what sticks. I don't know if that's quite right. Isn't it more just random permutations? And if it... So you could say it's trying random combinations. I suppose it's... I don't know if it's necessarily combinations. It's usually like edge cases that tend to win out. Like, I think with the giraffe's neck, as an example... It's not like, and not that you're saying this, but it's not like one day a mammal was just born with some really long neck and that survived. It was like millimeters better. It was able to get slightly more food, but at scale, over a long time, the one with the longer neck just kept winning. So when it had a kid and its neck was slightly longer, that one over one that didn't have a slightly longer neck. And eventually you get, you know, where it becomes quite long. And that becomes a big advantage. That's quite interesting because in the biology of a giraffe, there's something in the neck. I can't remember what it is. But it's like a line that would connect from here to here. But it has to go over like your throat or something like that. Like a little vein kind of thing. More important than a vein, but something like that. Anyways, in the giraffe, it goes all the way up its neck and then down and to the side. And if you were designing the creature, you'd be like, well, that's real waste of resources. Like, you have to have so much more tubing and effort to push up and go down, whatever this thing is. I'm sorry that I don't remember it. But it's because, you know, every instance was it's only going by a little, it's only getting a millimeter longer each time, rather than having some sort of will to know, I'm just going to go directly over to the area that I need to, which would be way shorter and require much less in the long run. It's quite interesting. Anyway, I don't know why I'm talking about this. Anyway, I'm only one stream video back now. Glad to see you still going and almost to things you've not done before. Thank you, Tyler. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. I'm blocking a tractor with these foundations? I don't think so. Oh, yeah, maybe, actually. I thought it turns here. No? Let's see. Well, it's not going to move for a little while. You could be right. If it goes down here and then banks to the right, then yeah. I'd have to hop in it and turn on its nodes. I guess I should just do that rather than waiting. I thought because of the trees, I thought I went that way. But I could, you know, we'll see. You went under your power lines there? Thanks again, Tyler, by the way. Appreciate you. Mercispheres respawn? Yeah, I did that thing where they said on Twitter to go onto Satisfactory Calculator and load your save up there so that you don't regrow everything. But I guess for people who want to double their items or whatever, it might not be that big of a deal. It was more just I didn't want trees all over my factories. That's the main thing, but yeah. Nailed it. It's alright though, it's worth checking. Anyways, alright, we'll keep going this way. Wonder are we in... No, we're not in line with that, but we oh yeah. One other thing I want to check just real quick then is... Are we 1 or 2 meters increment off this? I hope it's only... Ah, nice, good. As long as it's in numbers of 2, it's okay. And we can connect them up nicely. I mean, you could do it anyway, but it would look better this way though. My bad. It's okay. It's okay. I don't think I've ever once complained at someone telling me that something might be off. Good to know, you know? Good to know either way. 'Cause I'm often wrong about those things. I never apologize. It's all good. Even I know you're just saying, oh, my bad, whatever. Where's the radioactivity coming from now? That's what I thought. Alrighty, no problem. Yeah, so, I'm wondering, should we go down even further? Now, I'd say even just use this as a platform, and then we'll just build out from here. I think it's all we need. Alright, cool. Alright, so this is for the sinks. No, this is for the cooling systems itself. Although both will probably go here anyway. Right, so we'll have water coming in here, nitrogen gas, and this goes into a blender. So we just need one blender. And we're doing 50%. That's it. Just one little baby blender. So all we need is 75 nitrogen gas. It's so tiny. He's getting a little danger close, I'd say, to this area. Does this show me where the little nodes are? No. That's kind of annoying. Should have made a note. Just go with this one then, I guess. Oh no. Too high up. Seems like it. Oh well. Wasn't too high up for that though. They can go on foundations. We did it before. I don't know why it's having a problem with that one. Really? Excuse me. Must be placed on an active fracking. Oh, it's got to be turned on. Oh yeah, you guys have it. Yeah. Stupid game. That's still a no-go. Okay, well. One more time, just because I'm sure it probably won't work. But there's that 5% of me that thinks it does. Now, maybe it doesn't look the best, so we'll still clear it. I did think it sat on top of the foundation if it could, no? We'll do it too again, and then just try to bring it up and over, and yeah, oh yeah, it does. All right. Yeah. Alright, this is where it'll head in then, I guess. The shaky screen actually moves it, which is quite funny. Horizontal to vertical. Doesn't really need it, I guess. Sure, whatever. Right, let's just fill this in. We'll put some fencing around that or something, you know, make it look like the reason it's there. That can come up to here as well. You can leave that bit exposed and put windows or something around it. Ah, the tree's like right on the edge. The tree will probably have to go then. Okay, so blender. 2 liquid inputs / gas. 2 material inputs. Maybe I should do that last, actually. So that'll be our gas. Just turn that off right now. Oh, how much is one doing? 120 per minute. Wow. So we only need, what was it? 75 or something. $75. Can't underclock one individually, so I have to underclock the whole thing, don't I? Can I delete this, or what's the deal with that? I guess we could put it in a buffer, then delete the buffer. Oh my god, my mind. Buffers. Fluid buffers. Not a fluid, but it should work, right? Here we go. Now you're making 72 per minute. Damn, I was so close. What number does that need to be then? That's, if that's 72, so it's 750 per minute. Just 10 little nodes, I guess. 75, right? That's what we'll need. Alright, cut that away. Good. My mind buffers a lot too, yeah. Have you ever played any Assassin's Creed game? Yeah, I played the very first Assassin's Creed when it came out. I was super hyped for it. Still remember that trailer. The eagle flying through the air, the digitization of Jerusalem or whatever city it was. And this was like truly next gen. This is like so cool looking. And then like the bell goes, and then when it moves away, he's gone, and you see him going through the streets, and it's like, oh my god, this is sick. Anyways, I played that game and I was severely disappointed with it. First time maybe ever that really happened to me. Because I thought it was supposed to be like a real stealth game. They were like, I remember I was following like the presentations beforehand. It was on game trailers, and they were saying like, you won't be able to just fight your way through the streets. You'll have to be stealthy and stuff. And then there's like literally missions in the game where you're killing like 100 people. Like 100 people you're just fighting one after the other. You're holding L1, you press square to counter, and you kill them all. And I was like, yeah, fuck this game. It lied to me. It did look beautiful though. Anyway, I boycotted the series and never played another one until Assassin's Creed Black Flag was like $3 on Steam. And I was like, okay, let's get that. I never played it. Just never even loaded up. Then, long story short, I played Assassin's Creed Origins and I actually thought it was awesome. A lot of people don't like those more arcadey ones now, but I thought Origins was really good. Water, that's what I was thinking of. So water needs to come in next. I want to get the second pipeline going. So here's what I'll do. I'll just bring in somewhere around here. Yeah, like a bridge that goes across. It has to clear the little truck. So anyway, so I played Origins and I thought it was great. Because I knew more what I was getting into. I was like, I wasn't disappointed because I knew what it was, I guess. Would be the difference there. And I never played Odyssey, although I got gifted to me by someone who was watching my streams before, Ava. And I just never played it because they're quite long games. But I did everything in Origins, like 100%ed it. Loved it, that was great. I may have stepped out, my bad. Dude, I spoke for maybe 15 minutes about Manor Lords. And then you were gone. It's on me there, right? I probably took a couple minutes to see your message. If you liked Origins, you'd love Odyssey. Yeah, I think so. I played like the first 3 hours of it, actually. And the naval combat was pretty cool. And fighting with bigger armies and stuff was kind of interesting. Sorry, I'm just trying to think how I can... need to get the foundations off of this. Extend this over. So yeah, so my history with Assassin's Creed is kind of weird in that respect, because I missed like 2 and Brotherhood or whatever they were called, and people say that those are supposed to be great. I missed Ezio's timeline or story, and I don't care. Oh, that's okay. I was going to freak out if I wasn't on the world grid, but it's just a half meter over, and that's because of the catwalk is a half meter out, which is okay. It's going to freak out if that was wrong. Right, that's better. I'll just extend that into there, and then we'll just build the catwalk all the way out. Right. Grab this. Now, I feel like that one is starting a meter off the ground. Yeah. How much of that do we need, by the way? Probably just enough for one, right? I'm sure. Yeah, it's going to be 15 water per minute, so it's a tiny amount. In fact, probably have used this one, but that's a bit messy, so let's just use this one. Because I use that to get what we need out of there. Yeah, I guess I'll do this. I'll rewind. Yeah, that's alright. Okay, so that would still require, obviously, like a pump to get up to that high. It's a shame, because we wouldn't really have needed a pump. But I wanted to clear the little area for my tractors to go underneath, so that's okay. And this would be like a little bridge that we make in a sec. Is that where we want to go? Want to go lower? No, that's fine. Yeah, we'll go up to here. Alright, so I'm going to get my bridge blueprint. And we'll just smash that down and then put the pipe through it. Walk away with a belt, but we'll just add a pipe to it. Okay. In terms of the AC games of Ezio, I think 2 is the better game overall. Brotherhood is fairly good. I did not like the map, and Revelations is pretty fun. Yeah, I remember at the time my friends were like, you gotta play it, it's great. And I was like, no. I have my principles. I felt lied to with the first game, so I'm not buying it. And I didn't. I don't think I've ever boycotted anything else. And it was over such a silly thing. It's like, still liked the game mostly, but it was just like not what I thought it was. So I was like, screw that. Jade Raymond lied to my face in game trailers. I remember in the first game, I really liked the alternate story, the real life stories and stuff, and Desmond and everything. I don't know if people liked him in the first game, but I know that it became like a meme, like how people hate that stuff. I always thought it was super dope. At least in that first game. Actually, to put this down, I need a couple things. Let's do this. Has to go all the way out. Yeah, Origins, I always just kind of thought like, this is just like a cool RPG in Egypt and Roman times and stuff. It's super fun, like little historical RPG thing, action RPG. Oh, but it was also so cool exploring different pyramids and tombs and stuff. And then I remember they said something that I never really considered before in the game, where they were like, we're going into tombs that are, you know, into these pyramids that are 2,000 years old to us. And I'm playing this game that's 2,000 years in the past. So I love the idea that like, oh, like, you know, Rome is at like almost at its height. But to them, there's like a Roman-esque type civilization that they're exploring. I was like, that's pretty cool. And by the way, with the Desmond stuff, I'm only talking from the first game, because that's all I knew about it. I don't really know where it went in the future, and maybe it went way off the rails, like, I guess, but yeah. I just remember thinking, like, that was actually what I thought was quite a unique part of the series. Have that kind of layered into it. Alright, so this, we don't necessarily need to bring it down here, I suppose, but I'm going to anyway. Be it okay. And this is going to go along out this way. Suppose if I really wanted to just straight up line it up. If we did Blender... No, yeah, because it's on that side. I suppose you could do something like this and just turn it, actually. I was just trying to think... Sorry, I was... basically what I was thinking, if the pipe inputs are on the left, it'd be nice to just bring those two pipes in together, connect them in. Because they're on the right, it's a little more... I'd have to go more out that way. I don't really want to do that. But I could turn sideways, I guess. Send them in, plug them in this way. But it might just change. I don't really know how the other stuff's going to get here yet. I thought rubber would come by drone. Hopefully we can afford to keep the drones running. And the heat sinks are going to be made here. What else can you make? Diluted fuel. Speaking of drones, what does that take? Alumina and sulfuric acid and casing. Oh, one of my cats was in here. Did I buy the Desmond Miles sweatshirt? No. I don't think I've ever bought any gaming merch ever. I've been given some at events and things, but I've never bought any, I don't think. I've been putting off all sorts of stuff to work on my factory recently. Got to work towards a stopping point and take a break to catch up with life. Yeah, I've been there. I just realized, like, I've been quite behind on certain things as well lately, and I was trying to think, like, where is my, what, like, I'm working all day, every day, and then I was like, well, I did just play Nier Automata, and I've got, like, 50 hours on the clock in the space of maybe 10 days, so I'm like, yeah. It must be more than 10 days, it has to be, because then I was like, yeah, that would do it, that would do it. So I think I need to, after I'm done with Nier Automata, I think I'm going to stop gaming just for a little while, like, so I catch up on other things, and then pick something else that I play for a little less. But that game really hooked me. And sort of changed my outlook on games in some ways. That I thought pretty incredible. Alright, cool. We'll set this to 50. That's our gas, that's our water. We'll have to set the water amount, I guess. Just turn this off now as well, or it explodes. Alright, nice. Cool. So we need the pump and then to set the amount to, what was it, 35 or 30 per minute, I think? 15. Okay. I'll just turn that on then, because it's going to take so long to fill at this rate. Alright, and then we can just make this be walkways. We could extend the walkway all over to the beach. This has become like quite a cool... Like, it's like a satellite factory, you know? There's like all these components just all over it, or a modular components, I guess. Seeing green lights across the board up there looks damn good. Love to see it. The story sort of started kind of deviating quick, though it was a lot more enjoyable to play through the Altair Ezio story. Spoilers? Cleopatra and Caesar lived closer in time to us than to the construction of the pyramids. Yeah, exactly, right? That's quite interesting. Love it. Alright, let's get that pump. Now, I think it only needs a level 1 pump. Let's just check. We come up from here. 1, 8, 12, 16. Yep, level 1 pump's good. There, I guess. Pump. Alright, so that's active. We can now activate the power underneath here just to bring it along. So hard to see in here, but there is little lines every 4 foundations. You should see one. From there, so that's 1, 2, 3, and 4. So there should be one somewhere here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. You just hover, shouldn't I? That would make more sense. Instead of falling all over the place. 1, 2, 3, and 4. And one in the end, I think, is it? Yeah. Right. Now we can use this to more seamlessly bring our power across. Yep. Let our blender fill up. All right, rubber and heat sinks next. So heat sink, we need to bring the alclad in and combine it with copper sheet. We need a little bit of extra. Well, we need copper ingots to get over here. Rubber will be flown in. The water will be on the way in a moment. Everything is done right. All right, that's almost done. So we could say nitro gas is done. Foundations are done. Copper sheets is next. So the copper node is just up here. And I'm not going to use it like a little truck to bring it over. I think I'll just bring it over on some sort of resource belt. We also need to bring over the alclad. So there is this walkway that could have a second belt underneath it. Or it's shipping concrete ore, or copper ore. Rather nicely. Maybe we split this and we turn right like somewhere here. What would that look like? Just to turn right around here and go straight. Straight south. Yeah, we'd arrive right into this little platform area here. Sure. Let's do it. Seems good to me. Saw it. That's really cool that you're getting Unreal Engine development exposure. And XP. That's funny. Oh, well, I guess the experience is just XP, but I was thinking of it as a game thing. And have you seen the UI video posted in City Builders? Yeah, we actually saw it in the... Well, I say we. So there's the Manor Lords Discord, and then there's the Slavic Magic Discord, which is the development one. So soon after I got taken on, it was just me and Greg in there at first. Actually, and one programmer. And now there's quite a few people in there. Lots of QA and localization people and engine people. It's really cool seeing him build a team like that. And it's amazing to be part of it. I still kind of can't believe it. I'm always waiting. Who knows, it might be even today. I said to him, like, if you're happy to continue, let's keep going. So we'll see what he says. Just because every month I, you know, send him an invoice or whatever, and it's like, oh, as long as you're happy to keep going. He's like, yep. He's never said no so far. Anyways, in the Manor Lords Discord, the one that has like 150,000 people in it or whatever, people were posting that video. And Greg has given me free reign to respond, and I have like a designer tag or whatever, so people know I work on the game. Anyway, long story short, I don't have much to say about it, other than it might sound good. It's interesting being on the other side of it now, kind of. A little bit. You know, I didn't make the UI or anything, as it stands. But it's interesting watching a YouTuber like that, who, in my opinion, didn't really make any proper good points. And by what I mean by that is, I think him advocating for more color on the UI, totally agree. That's a style thing, but I would agree with that. I would like more color personally. I haven't spoken to Greg about it actually, so I don't know how he would feel about that, but totally get that. I don't know why I dragged this out. This is going to be a blueprint anyway. Anyway, long story short, he was talking about the policy screen, right? And a lot of people gleamed onto that and it was like, oh, you know, this is how you could do these policy cards that could look quite nice. Here's what he didn't talk about though. How do you see what's in each policy? How do you know what it does? Do you hover over it and get a little tooltip? Or do you click it and it expands? How do you know which ones you've activated? Does it have a check mark? Is it lit up? Is it darkened? You know what I mean? There was no usability. He was just kind of saying, like, here's how my policy icons would look, with no thought to, like, the functionality of it. And maybe he just felt like he didn't want to talk that through yet or something. But to me, it's like, well, there's nothing to really go off there other than someone saying, I'd like more art and more color. Which is totally reasonable. So that's how I felt about that when I saw it. I was like, yeah, more art, more color. It felt like, though, if I was to look at that video and like, how did he do it? There's no information there because it's like, it didn't go into it. Now, I made a UI video for Imperator Rome, and it was 40 minutes long because I sat down on this detailed Photoshop document and I was like, here, if you click this, this expands and this is what happens. And even that wasn't perfect. I had loads of things I didn't think about either. That's what I'd be looking for some real tangible, actionable feedback, let's say, feedback that you can actually do something with. Then when he said, like, changing the colors on the top bar, again, just felt like, here's how I felt. I felt like he made that video in a couple of hours. And I think most YouTubers probably do that. To my detriment, you know, I spend hours and hours and hours on that Imperator Rome UI video. You know, my channel wouldn't have had a video for a week while I was working on that. And, you know, that's on me. Not everyone has that time, and certainly YouTube doesn't reward that time. So, I think overall to say, he mostly praised the UI and just said, yeah, it needs more color and a bit more art, and he wants it to be a bit more like Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think Kingdom Come Deliverance's art sucks. Not art, the UI functionality sucks. It looks nice, but I wouldn't want Manor Lords to look like that. Super cluttered, numbers everywhere. Yuck. But ultimately, Greg is would be the main artist for that kind of stuff, so it's up to him what he wants in his game. I would like more color. I think it can be a bit drab, a bit unnecessarily drab. So yeah. See you later, Connor. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Having to scroll to see all the policies. So, no, I can't show it. I'm working on policies, and one of the things I showed, and I've shown some of the testers and stuff, is like a screen, like a mock-up for the screen. I think it's okay to probably show. It's not like it's happening now. We don't know yet. It hasn't been confirmed. It was just a design mock-up. But then Greg actually put something together, like with the in-game graphics, and it looked great. Yeah, I don't have it with me actually, but I'll just draw it really quickly. It only takes a few seconds. Policy screen that this is a really, really rough look at it that I was proposing, that we're probably going to go with something more like this. Oh, you can't see it at all, can you? No. Have to darken the camera. Oh god. That be seen? I could darken the camera real quick. People are like, oh my god, just play the game. Sorry. Alright, I can do it now. Can you... Oh yeah, but the camera's cropped, right? So I have to see how much I've cropped. There we go, kind of like that. So basically, the idea is this is where the kind of grid would be, like the sort of existing grid of policies. Because there's going to be loads. There might be like 30 or something. So you might even have to scroll this, or you'd have a very densely packed grid of icons here. And you do hover over it to see which ones do it. Now they're broken into tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Then in the center, there'll be like, it's supposed to be like text, like detailed historical text about what the policy does, the idea behind it, whether it was using real life stuff or not. And then on the left, there'd be like this big piece of artwork for each policy. So like bread and games would be like a big piece of bread with some coin or whatever, you know, around it. It's like on a table. And then at the bottom, big sign law, like big enact or something like that. So I had that general kind of look to it. I had two versions, and then I gave to Greg, and Greg was like, "Oh yeah, I could just." He just pulled some assets together real quickly in Photoshop and made it, and I was like, "Dude, that looks amazing. It looks great." He just made it really. He basically made what I did, but like awesome, so quickly. And then he even improved it where he put like some of the text partly over the artwork. So I was like, "Yeah, sweet." So you know, long story short is that we're working on that. But we're bringing it in a slightly different direction, but part of it's there. It's like, yeah, more artwork. Like I was like, yeah, I want more artwork. My inspiration was sort of like Frostpunk. In the policy screens of Frostpunk, you've got like a huge sorry, something on my screen. There we go. You have a huge piece of artwork and then tiny little information on the left. I was like, we don't need to go that extreme, but something like that where you can really get a feel for whatever the policy is about. And the same could be true then for the... Well, I'll tell you one thing I did like about that guy's video, the development screen. He didn't really change it much, but he brightened it up and then showed how like the light would travel through it. And I was like, yeah, that's really good actually. But again, I haven't spoken to Greg about it. Greg's been super busy. He was in Japan recently, and it's crazy. Like he's working even while he's away. I don't even know how he does that. But you see all the changes he's making. It's like, dude, I don't know. You're like he's like some sort of machine. And he's crazy good at keeping up with like everything. Like he has so many people asking him things, just fans and stuff, and he's in there responding all the time. And then he's coding, and then he's delegating things now as well. It's like, dude. And then he's like, oh yeah, I was in Japan, like we're checking out temples and shit today. It's like, how many of you are there? So yeah. Alright, so this is siphoning off some copper ore, and then we're going to smelt it on site into just a few ingots, and then make the sheets out of it. Thor squares make anything automatically easier to understand. Thor squares? I don't know what that is. Funny you mentioned that though, because you've got a Rubik's Cube in your profile picture. Something I like to keep in mind is I know it takes a few minutes to come up with a critique of something that took years to build. Yeah, that's why I was saying it's funny to have it flipped on me, because, you know, it is, I mean, I've always said that even when I was mostly a critic. But it is way easier to critique something than to build it. And it's also so much easier to come in when 95% of the work is done and say, like, if you did that 5%, it'd be way better. It's like, yeah, dude, that's so easy to point that bit out. But that can often be the point of frustration. You don't have to just take it because the developer did it. It's like, if it's that easy, then why didn't you get that bit done? But it's a time thing, isn't it, really? I want to bring this down, low down. Yeah, so I guess, how much do I need? Cooling, we're only making a very small amount again. So heat sinks, 6 per minute. We're doing 6 per minute. We need 18 copper sheet. For 18 copper sheet, we need 36 ingots. So I need 36 ore. So just 2 smelters. Now, I'm probably on top of some of these nodes, but this will change in the future when we build a bigger one of these places. This is definitely a temporary factory, I feel like. Ideally, if I could avoid those things, that would be nice. I'm right on top of those. So maybe over here, right? There was none over on this side, I don't think. Yeah. Really mark those. I said that before. Mark them with just some paint on the foundations. Alright, so you come with me. Now, I needed to bring Alclad over. And they could use this bridge as well. It'll come down the right side of it. Yeah, that could look good. Trains are too janky, I mean trucks. Drones for awkward places like tall cliffs, trains for distance. What are your rules for belting versus trains, trucks, and drones? Yeah, for me, it would be so trucks and tractors for smaller local routes, you know, just between factories that are close to each other, and for volume that's just not that high. Trains for big volume, long distance. Drones for typically small volume, hard to reach, like hard to put it on a road or a train track, for instance, like to go over cliffs or something like that. So that's generally what I've been trying to do. Or things like fuel, like you're trying to refuel random truck stations, like get a drone, send it on a refueling mission, that kind of thing. Keep them refueling stuff. So that's how I think the game is actually like kind of designed, at least to me. Because there's very few things in this game where they're like, here's this, and this just gets made redundant by this. That almost never happens. I guess with belts to some degree. And then the blueprint designer, which is why that stands out as something that's very odd. But, you know, constructors are viable at the end of the game, as are, like, all buildings, pretty much. Smelters might kind of get redundant when you get refineries, and you get some recipes that basically make your ingots go further, actually. What was it? 35, right? I think I said. 0.5, it needs 6 per minute. 18 per minute. Make 18 per minute. 36. That's 18 on each one. But anyway, that's just what I would do. I mean, some people just use trains the whole time. And when do I use belts? If the factories are really close together, like these are so close that it really does just seem like a bridge with a belt on it is fine. Because you could arguably make this into one large factory now, because that's one component of it there. And there is one actually just down the hill. Part of it, that bit's a bit far, so I do have a truck or a tractor delivering from here over to there. But arguably, now that I've done bridges, you know, maybe it could have just been a bridge. But it is just a tractor. The fuel distance is going to be so low on that, it's really not a problem. And then I've got 2 drone ports taking in stuff. Alright, anyway, so they've got their ore. I could even let them get started now, why not? And then they need to make copper sheet. So just, we needed 18, right? So just even 2 of these, is that enough? Yep. Copper sheet. I was like, what am I looking for again? 9 per minute, please. There we go. Alright, so that's the copper sheet, which then needs to roll along and go in here as well, right? Our next component. Oh no, sorry, we're making heat sinks. Damn. Hard to keep track. Heat sinks. So copper sheet, 22.5. 22, oh yeah, I was almost gonna mess that up again. So 6 per minute, 18 per minute, 30 per minute. Sweet. Right, so the alclad we need to bring in then, and then we need to bring these into an assembler to make the heat sinks. Again, I'm probably on top of some of the gas things. Does anyone know, I'm sorry if you've mentioned it before and I didn't look, but is there a better way to see underneath the concrete where these nodes are? I can't, scanning them only shows me the central node, not the individuals. But it's on me for building that way, I guess. I'm just always worried now, I'm just like overriding them. Yeah, I knew it, but it's just like whatever. This place is probably just gonna have to move. Either that or I build up high. The safest thing to do would be to build up high, and then that never has to change at least. I guess I'll have to do that. At least it's an easy enough setup. Damkara, thanks very much for the gifted memberships. Thank you. And that's 5 of them. Gone to Danny, Anthony, Warlord, Rob, and Nick Verwimmerin. I didn't put foundations over my fracking machine. I think it looks epic on the node. Well, I wanted a build in here. But yeah, I could see just having it kind of like out. That is something that I've often thought about. It's like, I kind of like seeing the node. Not just for this, but even for just regular ore. So, I don't know, there's something to be said for that. Where it's like, maybe you go into a room that is a mining room that is just the ground and you can see the ore. But anyways. Right. Bring this up then. I reckon... I suppose we could just even start building up here. As the top floor. Thanks again, Damkar. Really do appreciate it. He throws out quite a few gifted subs, so thank you. Snap the extractors to them. Find them. The color foundations when you know where they are. Yeah, I guess that's the way to do it. It's funny doing this. One's not appearing actually, it might be too deep down. Not a foolproof method then. I've already missed some probably. Okay, it's just veins. Alright, we got them all on that side then. There's 10 in total. Okay, so let's do this again. I'll try to be quicker now that we know what we need to do. So 2 smelters. Yeah, about there. 1 and 2. That needs 2 constructors. If their settings pasted, they can paste as well, I think, because they're separate machines. Yep, cool. Good, like it remembers independently of what the machine was, or it knows each machine's thing, so that's good. Alright, and then an assembler. Pop this over more central. Well, I guess those two have to combine and go into it anyway, so more like there. Do the center there. Here. Never made heat sinks before. Heat sinks to make cooling systems. I guess it makes sense, actually. Alright. That one's going to be temporary. We'll move that one later. That can go there. There. Alright, it's going to do 6 per min. And then we need to get that 6 over there. Oh, it's just temporary, but we'll let it do its thing for a little bit. Right, so the other thing I need to do then is chop those trees away that are getting too crazy. It's a shame, I don't mind some leaves going over, but they're a bit too low, so a few of these will have to go. Cool seeing the tractors and drones go about their business. That's one thing I really like about trucks, especially when you have a good road network. Just seeing them all doing their stuff. Seeing the drones flying around now is cool too. I never really had that before. Makes the world come feel alive. Trains too. I've been really lacking on trains with my update 8 playthrough in this stream. I don't really have any. Got one, I think. But I never made like a rail network or anything yet. Just because I'm trying to avoid things that take too much time, and it's like it's not that necessary so far. Alright, that's it. I'm going to keep that there because we're going to need it in just a moment. Alright, so I'm going to bring power with me. And I'll just bring the belt back with me. That should be fine. Oh yeah, and I have to increase the amount of copper we're making right now. Forgot to do that. It's 36 extra ore per minute to go this way. There we go. Alright, so let's do the copper ore just because I'll probably forget that if I don't. Oh yeah, we make the ore over there. The ingots. Oh, if I was being a bit smarter, maybe I just would have added another refinery. Got the ingots and then moved the ingots. Well, the ore was already going along here. That's because, actually, it's really stupid. Because the ore goes into the aluminum factory, where it gets made into smelted again. And now it's going over here where it gets smelted again. It's like if I just brought it to the refineries, this is the best way of smelting it. And one or two of them would have been enough to feed both. So there's a little optimization that could be done there in the future. But for now, we'll just add 36 extra here. And hope for the best. But how much is that? 186? Mark. Can't remember what the aluminum factory needs, so we'll just give this a Mark II belt now. Never had that before where it says the player's in the way because I was on the belt. Now from here it can stay at 1 and 1. Cool. Alright, now it's time for the Alclad to come out. That's going to be coming out of just over here. Good looking bridge, thank you. It's alright. We do some lights on top, maybe. Right, so Alclad has to be fed up here. I just do a normal foundation, just to give it something to be put on for a moment. We'll get rid of that in a sec. So the 30 Alclad per minute basically just rolls around and goes into here. And we're going to use all of it now. Yeah. So that's not gonna work. I just need to move this somewhere. This is just purely temporary. This aluminum factory is now tapped in other places completely. All this is gonna do, just refill my inventory as I'm using it until eventually it runs out, because it will run out. I have to build a new aluminum factory. Give me all that. Let me dump it in there. Okay, that. Get rid of this now, and this. And yeah, it's gonna head this way now instead. Can I just do this? I have to do it from the bottom. There we go. Alright, there we go. I'll check that this place is running okay. Yeah, it seems to be. I forgot we actually deliver coal here. Those trucks could be powered with coal if I really wanted. Alright. I love my little baby aluminum setup. It's nice. And then we're taking the casing from here just to the other part of the factory. That's why it's like, oh, maybe I could have just used this bridge. Everything's so close. It really doesn't need transport methods like that. It's just it seemed further away at first, and now everything seems like it's closer because the factories are growing, connecting a bit closer. Alright, let's grab this. And this is going to be a nightmare to put down. Actually, this is all powered, so I can at least fly. Might help a little bit if I could just get outside. Sorry, I just try to catch my chat a bit better. Need to move over closer to you. Let me get right up there. I'm at aluminum now, and I still don't have a road or rail network. I have 2 truck routes and 1 train line. That's it. That's efficiency. Sounds good to me. Really plowing through content, sir. Nice to see progress, and hope you managed to get some enjoyment. Oh, I'm loving it. I'm having a really great time. Sometimes I worry that if I'm enjoying it too much, it's maybe not that enjoyable to watch. Which is a weird thing to say. I know people often say, like, oh no, as long as the streamer's happy, whatever. But I mean, like, I think people would probably prefer it if I was building bigger or doing more interesting things, maybe. But I'm like, oh no, I'm just kind of playing to have fun, enjoying making some progress. Although, that being said, one thing I don't do is I would love to sit around and just play around with cosmetics for a while, but I don't do that because it would just be too boring, I think, for people. Because you're doing nothing, you know? It's like an hour will go by and it's like, oh, I painted some rails. You know? It's like, I'm not fast at doing it, so it wouldn't be very interesting to watch. Nor do I have any like cool techniques or anything. It's like more just like trial and error until I get something where I'm like, oh, that looks okay. Ooh, getting a bit of land here. Okay, I need to get the foundation here. To some people, yeah. Just because it seems to be the case. Wherever I look, whenever you see the streamers doing cosmetics, they seem to be not viewing as highly as they normally do, and the same is true for their videos, so... And then also I've had people just straight up tell me, it's like, yeah, I prefer watching you like do logistics rather than making things look like somewhat decent. And I get it. I think I'm better at logistics than making things look good, so it kind of makes sense. Alright, if I line this up correctly, this will just go straight in. Alright, that should be the alclad. We're making 30 per minute. So that'll be fully consumed. Get it started, maybe. Right, so heat sinks need to make their way over this way and down. Yeah, I reckon just travel along a straight line and just feed down. The other one then is rubber. That'll be it. We'll be making cooling systems. Then we just take the cooling system, we mix it with the radio control unit, which is right over there. That makes supercomputers. As easy as that. Can't seem to catch up on the streams. It takes me 2 weeks to catch up with the 2 streams a week. Great to see you keeping them going, though. Keeping me entertained all week, every week. Thanks, Martin. Yeah, at least I've only missed 1 stream so far, but I made up for it kind of by doing longer for the next one. So hopefully the time all works out the same. Thanks though, appreciate that. Thank you. I missed the thing. The pace is independent from machine type to machine type. How did I not know that? Yeah, it's the same. It's the same is true for signs. So if you copy a display sign and you copy a 4-meter label sign, they're still both held in memory at the same time. I know you're not going to do it anymore, but I miss the old episode philosophy where you're building and making notes, build plans. Oh, I missed the old episode philosophy where, yeah. Yeah, well, I haven't decided exactly how I'm going to do it when I come back. I just won't be doing... Like, I want people to be able to do the builds, right? It's just not going to be build along, where it's like, I'm going to really slowly show you where every foundation is placed. Maybe that'll be a terrible idea, I don't know. The idea is to just give out the save file, give out the blueprints, generally show people how things were put together. I'm not just going to walk around a completed factory going like, yeah, this came together. You know, I'll still be planning and talking through what I'm doing. It's not going to be that different. It's just not going to be as meticulously like, here's the floor plan, you know, here's exactly where everything needs to go. It's just not going to be that, because that takes up a lot of time, both for me, and it might just be kind of not that important to most viewers after you get a little further into the series. So it'll be less beginner friendly, basically, is what I'm saying, I think, in that regard. But to those who want to see how I did something or build it themselves, I'll just recommend downloading the save. I don't know if that's a bad thing or not. It just sounds to me like that's great. You can, to me, I'm like, I could find the info I need way quicker by just loading his save than watching it. To me, it's like a better thing. But not everyone, no one so far has ever mentioned that. People tend to prefer to actually just watch how I did it for some reason. But I just feel like progress is just too slow. Got another idea I'm working on. Rosie is thinking that my partner, she said to me that she could buy the game, and on her, well, it was my, so she said that she could buy the game because someone suggested, I think in the last stream, like, why don't you get Rosie to do small bits of something that might take you a while? I was like, I don't really want to task her with doing things in a game she's not really interested in and stuff. It just seems weird. But then she came to me after the stream and she was like, oh, I was watching that bit of the stream, I'd do it. I was like, okay, maybe. But then I thought, well, if you just bought the game and even just the camera was just on, like the camera was just on me doing the builds, I could do little time lapses of things. And that way I could maybe show a bit more. Like, oh, here's how I did all the floors, the glass, like all the cosmetic bits could be all time lapsed. So that way they get to be included. So that'd be great, I think. For her actually being active in the game doing things, I don't know about that. It just seems weird to ask her to even do that. But she was open to it, so maybe. So I'm still kind of last minute figuring out like exactly the format for these videos. But then I also have to think like, well, if she decides to go for a job somewhere and do something else, then I won't ever be able to do that anymore. So that'd be, I don't want to commit to it too hard, in case it's not always there. Like how I've got some I've got so much random crap in this inventory. Alright, well, we're making heat sinks now. There they are. They actually look really cool. You can see the copper sheeting, the alclad. Alright, and they're just going to make their way over into the blender. Last thing is rubber, which needs to be brought in via drone. We'll have another drone port. Maybe just somewhere down here that it flies into, drops it off. I don't think I need to. I was thinking like, could have it raised up above, or we could just have it down there. I don't know what else is going to be down there. I suppose the supercomputer thing, maybe. I'd say keep it down here. Why not? Ah, we need high-speed connectors. This problem again. Need to make 20. This is why I need to automate them. I can't keep having to do this. And we can only make a certain amount at a time because I'm limited by the amount of quick wire we can store right now. I do actually have a decent amount of immersive spheres. Maybe it's time to do an upgrade. In my opinion, you give way more detail on the how-to. Sorry, in my opinion, you gave way more detail on the how-to / build along that was needed. You mean than was needed, right? It was nice to do, but not required to replicate things. I do like the blueprints folder to steal from, though, yeah. Yeah, that's my hope is that. It's like, for a beginner, I probably gave you all the info you needed. But after, like, 6-7 episodes, it's like, I think you get it now. You know, I think you understand how to put and connect machines together. So, I don't know if you need to see everything. But I do get it. It's kind of nice having a video where it's like, the floor is painted. It's like the machines are going to go here, 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 and here, and then we just do it, you know. But man, you have no idea. It takes a lot of time behind the scenes to do that. It's just, that's why it took nearly a year just to get to phase 4. So, but well, I guess there's also building bigger. But yeah. The working plan I have for the moment is start in the desert, get another camera to show time lapses, for cosmetics, because I actually want to do cosmetics, make things look somewhat decent. I want to build factories to the milestone I'm at, plus the belt speed of the next belt ahead. So when I've got a 60 belt, I'm going to design out what we need for 120 so that we can easily upgrade it. And just keep doing that going forward. So when we unlock 120 belts, now we'll start designing for Mark III. So I'll always know the speed one layer ahead, which players don't unless they look it up, right? You can't know that normally. And then, yeah, just go with the idea that, like, we don't need super high volume factories for things. Where applicable, it'll be bigger than these ones, but it'll really just be looking at the what you actually need for the current phase and going like, look, 3 per minute's fine because it's going to get it done in 3 hours, and in that time we'll be completing the next one. So, you know, not overdoing it too crazy at the beginning either. Because the other thing that was a problem in the old series was I didn't even have a hover pack. Now having that makes building so much quicker. At least for me. So that could have been improved, you know. I just have to wait, do I? Do we? Oh, I need circuit boards? Do I not put circuit boards into the cloud? I guess not. I could. We make too many. Let me just go steal some. These are all still running at 100%. There's only 30 in there. Okay, I'm not going to steal any from here. We'll just run up to that factory and then get some. And I could really do with those teleporters I've been hearing so much about. Have Rosie clear out the swamp for you on stream. Higher up gives you more options. For the drone port, yeah. It does, yeah. I'll think about it, yeah. I am thinking about it. My girlfriend farmed nearly all my sloops and merces for me. Spoiled me. Yeah, that wouldn't take too long. Like, in a series, I can just run around for like an hour and grab as much as I need. I don't have to show all that. I don't know what I would get her to do if I was asking her to do anything. It'd be like, okay, you know, for an hour you're going to connect to my game with me, and we're going to, like, you need this swatch, and I want you to paint everything. Something like that, maybe. But I don't know if that's really that needed. Like, certain things you could be like, oh, go collect a bunch of biomass for me in the beginning while I do some building, you know. But that's nothing. You see, it's nothing. What I'm thinking of in my head is the amount of time I put into the game was mostly the planning, and then I'd have like 12-hour recordings of me just doing all the logistics. It's like, well, I can't get anyone to help me with that who's not really familiar with the game, so nor would I really want to. So I'm not really sure where I can save time on the series, other than just not doing as much pre-planning so that I save myself time. The pre-planning is mostly for you guys, like for you guys to see. Like, all the, I don't need the blueprints of the the floor plan. That's just for other people to see. And the same with the Milestone document. It's pretty quick to put together a little graph of things. But you know, it's like 30 minutes that could otherwise be spent maybe on a thumbnail. Something that would be great actually is to get her to make thumbnails for me. She's pretty good at art. And I suck. My thumbnails are pretty bad, I think, anyway. So yeah, getting her to do something like that would be good. I was watching MKBHD, the tech reviewer, recently, and he had a video. I didn't actually watch the full video. He did a video saying something about what it's like scaling up as a YouTuber. It's on like one of his other channels. I thought it was interesting because he used an octopus analogy. He was like, being a content creator is like being an octopus, where you've got, let's say you've got 8 arms doing different things. you know, one arm's on the thumbnail, one's on the idea for the video, one's on the script, you know, for his type of videos, right? One's on the editing, handling YouTube, handling emails, people asking you for sponsors, all this kind of stuff, right? You're doing all these little things, social media, whatever it might be. And then he said, as soon as you start to get big, you kind of cut off one of those arms and give it to someone. And suddenly, if you spent 24 hours on the edit, now let's say you spent 12 hours on the edit, 12 hours on the thumbnail, or whatever. You know, 20 hours on the edit, 4 hours on the thumbnail. He's saying like, oh, now someone can spend 24 hours on the thumbnail, and you can do 24 hours on the thumbnail. And he's like, even if you feel in your head that you'd make a better thumbnail, they have so much more time that surely, like, they'll be able to, you know? And it's obvious. I've actually even commented on the video. I was like, how do you find these people? I know a bunch of YouTubers are like, oh yeah, my editor this, my editor that. It's like, where are all these editors, man? I get, you know, people that are basically from Fiverr. No offense to them or whatever. I don't know much about them. But they're like offering to edit my videos. And I tell them that it's like, okay, like if you're serious about this, they're totally like almost phishing scams. It's like they don't know who I am or the game. They're just like, yeah, you know, you're a YouTuber, right? We'll like edit for you, and we have like a company that does it. And then you tell them a little bit about what I want in the edit, and they're like, oh, you have like 18 hours of footage. That'd be like $3,000 then. It's like, well, that's obviously not happening then, is it? so they think it's like, oh, like an hour recording that we just. I remember seeing one of them actually did an edit for me. And they basically just took any moment of silence between sentences, just like that. They just cut that out. And then, you know, they brought the video from 60 minutes down to 40. And it was like it was being played on 1.5 speed or something. And I was like, I don't think you quite understand the editing I do. Not that it's like super advanced or anything, but the source file was really big. So for you to come in and edit the final 5% of it and say, here you go, it's like, that's not valuable to me at all in that regard. What I would need is someone who really knows the game, knows my content, and then honestly is able to make an edit just once for themselves to show me what they can do. And then I could go, that's great. Let's figure out like how I can get you paid for it. But yeah, I can't even begin to know like how I'd walk someone through like how it's supposed to be done and everything. Anyways, it was just something I was thinking about. So Rosie can do video editing, but again, she's my partner. I wouldn't want her to be like, okay, you're gonna have to listen to me for for a long time now, yapping in your ear about things you don't really have an interest in. That's a surefire way to make her break up with me, basically. Which I'm joking, of course, but you know what I mean. It's like, I wouldn't want to even have to ask her that. But thumbnails, though, that's different. She's done a few of them for me. She did the ones that look like blueprints for my old streams, actually. I thought they're really great. I couldn't figure out how to do that, so. But I need her to almost go into the game, frame something, like, and take an object and green screen it and then place it in. You have to, like, really build your thumbnail to make it look really good. Thumbnails are not overrated. Have I seen A's thumbnails? Grade A's? I don't know what that... no. I think... Look, you can have a crappy thumbnail, and it doesn't matter if your content's, like, really, really good. People just watch anyway. Like, someone like Moist Critical, or even Legend of Total War. Like, it's just like a screenshot of the game with text on it. Like, just in a random place. It's just nothing. And it has, you know, hundreds of thousands of views. Doesn't matter. But a good thumbnail really does help when you're not entirely personality-driven content. Which I'm not. You know, I've got quite a subdued personality. So you really have to hook people in. And I can tell some videos that have a good thumbnail that I've managed to get one or two that are good. It tells you on YouTube, it's like, this thumbnail has like a really high click-through rate. And then people stay, and you build new people. So it's just about finding new people. For the people that are already subscribed and stuff, it's not really for them as much. I think thumbnails are, unfortunately, actually really important. But anyway, that's just me. What darn edits? Yeah, I wouldn't want to do my edits on stream. People will then know all my secrets. How bad I really am at the game and how self-conscious I am. Repeating the same thing like 10 times because I wasn't happy how I said it. Swearing at myself. I'm always terrified that one of those will make it through sometime. Well, every now and then that does happen. It's pretty rare though, and I usually take the video down quickly. Anyways, drone port. That's what we're here for. Need 20, so we just need 5 more. Although we'll need 40, because we need to build one carrying the... Yeah, this is something that could maybe... Oh no, I won't be able to figure that out. I was going to say you could have a drone deliver both rubber and, excuse me, circuit boards, because it comes from the same place. Could I do that? Any way to make that, like, even? And then it would go in there, and then with a programmable splitter or a smart splitter, we just filter one out. Like, it makes sense, but I just think, don't the rates have to be the exact same? It's like you need to be sending in 10 per minute each. And then you're able to split them out evenly. Otherwise, one might fill up the container first. Or one might backfill this completely, and then the other can't get delivered into it. I feel like that's what could happen. I feel like I best just stay away from that kind of thing. It seems dangerous. But that's what people were telling me with drones before. They were like, oh, you can have multiple. Oh, I think they were more saying that you can have multiple. You could send it to multiple places, not send multiple things. Yeah. Alright, anyways. Let's just do the drone port. Oop. Lost power. The drone port up here, would that be weird? Could face it out a different direction. Don't really know, because I just don't know what else is even going to be here. It's all for the future. No, you know, I have no idea. Something like that's fine. Maybe. Or this way even. And then I'll just line it up with sending it in. Nothing else is going to go up here, that's for sure. So yeah. Alright, so this is going to be accepting rubber. So this place is actually called a radio control unit factory. So RCU, I think, is the naming scheme I went for. Anyway, thank you for the distraction today. No problem. That's what I'm here for. That was 100% AI video. I love the blueprint thumbnails. They're very unique and stand out. Yeah. I'll be honest. I saw someone else do it first. I actually had the idea for it before I saw the other person do it, but I couldn't do it. I didn't have the Photoshop skill to know how to do that. And then they did it and they nailed it. I'm Kibitz. Right around when blueprints were added to the game. So when the blueprint designer came out, he had these amazing thumbnails that looked like blueprints. And I was like, dude, that's exactly like that's what I was trying to do before, but I couldn't do it. And I have the Photoshop files to prove myself. Not that it's a problem taking from other people. I mean, people take this construction tape thing from my thumbnails all the time. Not that unique. Anyways, so then Rosie was like, oh, I'll figure it out. And she just figured it out super quick. And I was like, damn, made it look real good. And I was like, oh, maybe that could be like how all my thumbnails look. We'll just use it all the time. But then, I don't know, creatively it actually leaves you very little wiggle room to do different things. So I kind of think, I don't know. It's good sometimes, but yeah, generally probably. I was like, oh, maybe just for the live streams then. But that's kind of difficult because she has to make it real quickly then, because I often just go live without really, or at least back then. I guess now I know that I go live every Wednesday and Thursday. Sorry, I was just trying to think what to call this. I'm just trying to count how many there are. Let's say 6, because I think I include the truck stations in those numbers, and this is rubber. Alright. No, maybe not. Yeah, okay, we'll call it 4 then. I do think I named the truck stations, but they can be renamed in a sec. The rubber. So rubber's going to be coming in here. We have to call a drone, so we have to make a drone, I guess. People said you want to pull, not push, right? So we have to add it over to the other place. Okay, let's just hook this up to power then. Do that temporarily. We'll clean up the power lines in a moment. Right, we got to go back to where we make rubber, which is the electronics factory, or electronics component of this oil refinery. There's a drone port here already, so I have to add another one. So good thing is, well, actually, no. I was gonna say good thing is they get their fuel here, but they don't. We get fuel. We have no way of fueling this. We have to get fuel up to here. The fuel goes in there. So, I hate to be annoying, but I think it'd be better and just more consistent to build this over there. Another step down, just like that's there, and then another one. That'll take in the rubber, and then we'll send it across along with the radio control units to be made into supercomputers. That might just look better overall. But if we want to keep consistency, we could go, what is it, 6 meters? It's 6 meter drop. That's 4, and that's 4. So that's 2 there. If I want to be really consistent, I could look at the distance it was away from it as well. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's on the 6th bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's where it starts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That'll be our next port. Call it number 4. Rubber. So the radio control unit factory, rubber. Great. Now, they need to get their... it needs to get its fuel. This stuff's easy enough, so we just, again, break it up this way. Right, here we go. I'm just going to turn that on the foundation a bit better that way. Anyways, hey Stator, good to see you again. The circuit board and plastic factory is also where you make packaged fuel. That's true, we do make 50 per minute, that doesn't go anywhere. Seen that a bit late, because this is hooked up now. But if we start running out of turbo fuel, that's definitely what I'll do. Or I could just cut off the turbo fuel from the 2 that I know are going there, which is this one, the circuit boards and the rubber. So we could stop them from getting turbo fuel maybe in the future. Just send them the packaged fuel instead. That's a great point. I forgot that I have just 50 lying there that's not used for anything. Love watching these videos. Thanks, Game Architect. I've got 1 truck in my save that delivers like 7 items to my storage logistics hub. Oh, really? Oh, dangerous. I always just find that dangerous. But if you can guarantee that you empty it out every time, then yeah, it's fine. Actually, that's true. As long as you know that every time your truck gets to that place and unloads, it unloads fully, then you're always okay. But if you ever have any one good left behind or anything else gets backed up, then you could have problems. But if you just build in awesome sinks and stuff, I guess, yeah, you're okay. Yeah, might be fun to kind of do some more stuff like that in the future. Alright, the next little tier down for our waterfall here. And I could probably cut this back, actually. It's not necessarily needed. It's just going into an awesome sink, and it would match the other side then, where it's just one layer after another layer. No spiders this time, hopefully. Actually, coincidentally enough, that might have to end there because the hill kind of creeps in at this point. Alright. This will guarantee that we're fueled. So we just need another drone port. So I need more high-speed connectors again. And that'll be it then. Then that's everything brought here. Getting pretty close now. Despite all my waffling about everything. We're almost there. Sushi belt would work. You have 3 outputs, so it should never block. 3 outputs. What darn rants? The options are chaining into a nice YouTube factory. The nuance of what is important and what is not for game editing requires expertise in understanding the creator. Yeah. Yeah, I think with the editing stuff, not to go on about it, but I'm sure that just comes with size. Once you start to get big enough, you probably have enough people in your audience where someone is willing to start doing editing for you. I've noticed that just even recently, I've been getting more requests from people who do watch for things like art. And they're like, hey, we could do some branding on your channel and that kind of thing. And they're legit where they actually have watched something. So that's good. So I'm sure it's just like a with time type thing. Alrighty, we'll clear those trees later. Let's go. Yeah, these are really getting close to each other. I wonder how close I am. No, the tractor is still rolling down here, I'm sure, no problem. This is cool. I love it. This is like a little sprawling town with like little buildings popping up or something. One thing I never did check was, are we filling this? Yeah, cool. That worked as well. Good. Everything's good. Alright, back to the electronics factory, and we shall make another drone port. We'll send it to the rubber location. And with that, we'll be making cooling systems for the first time. So I can say that these are done, right? Copper sheets is done. Heat sinks is even done. Cooling systems is next. And after that, supercomputers. And after that, ass. Now, the assembly director system. What we could do with that is use package fuel to drone it back up there. I keep using drones. I never thought I'd use them so much. I feel like a cheat almost, but I guess not. Just that we don't have many of them. It's like if you're only making 2 per minute, drone the way to go. But I am itching to get some trains up and running. Make like a big hopper factory where we send like, I don't know, 3,000 or 4,000 in per minute or something. Yeah, spiders have gotten me. Oh, in the other place? Yeah, yeah. They do scare me. I haven't even built as many roads as I did in my other series. My other series is roads all over the place. Like, everything's connected with the road. This one, everything's quite separated. Nice sunny day. Oh. Does that go nowhere? Yeah, it doesn't. Weird. Who built that? Let's see how much we've built up, by the way, speaking of building things. 1600 versatile framework, 322 adaptive control unit, and 486 modular engine. Interesting thing with that is we need 1,000 of those. Not saving that many. Or think of how many I would have had if I didn't sink so much. We need 1,000 in order to make the 500 assembly director things. Although we're still producing them, so it's not like cutting off the machine or anything, but yeah. Okay, came here for the... Oh, actually ran past it. The rubber is over there. Just while I'm here... Look at those spheres. 16 spheres. And a hard drive finished, apparently. Aluminum rod or leached copper ingot. That's new. Sulfuric acid. Mixing acid with copper. Is it better than the Oh my god, I think it's better than the pure... Well, it depends. I guess it depends what you define as better. 45 ore in, and you get 110 ingots out. 15 in, and you get 37.5 out. $2.44, and that one is... $5. So it's not better. It's just high volume. Yeah, just super high volume. It's cool though. But acid, like where do you get that from? You mix water with sulfur. Or you could get it as a byproduct, I guess, right? I don't know. Thought you get it as a byproduct. Anyway, excuse me. It just seems like why wouldn't you use water? I guess if you wanted less refineries, higher volume, and you had the sulfur nearby, I suppose. But it seems like maybe for power it's better, right? Because you need less refineries to get the volume out. But you need more setup beforehand. Get water and sulfur done. I don't want to log into my game because I have to deal with nuke waste, and I have an appointment in an hour. I want to be ready to get all the waste from 90 nuke plants dealt with. 90, holy crap. I love your waffling, it's a great way to end the day. Thanks, Stockvis. Appreciate that. Some people like it. I feel like I'm getting a little bit better at gaming while ranting. While rambling, let's say. Yeah, I was thinking an expansion to the depot would be what I want next. That's 13 plus 151 fluctuators. Got the fluctuators downstairs, I think, or it might just be the reanimated Sam. I'm not really worried about the speed, it's more just having it there. Oh, I forgot about this. Wow, there's a container full of 63 power shards. I had no idea I had even more. What have we got now? 207. Wow. And filters and all sorts. This must have been my inventory that I just dropped in there sometime, but never went back and got it. Weird. Okay. So what is it to make... fluctuators? Ugh, that's gonna take ages. Alright, let's just set up a little manufacturer. Okay, so it's wire, steel pipe. And I guess lots more of this. Just to advance the thing real quickly. Right, I'm gonna let that do its thing. Just need to go to the bathroom again. Back in a second. I love your road blueprints and power lines too. I wonder how you deal with building a road through terrain that is diagonal to the world grid. Unfortunately, the times that you have to do that, it's just 90 degree, 90 degree, 90 degree. That's what I do. I'll be honest though, I've only encountered that, I think, once in my playthrough where I've got all those roads. We go through a rock arch. And it has to go forward, then right, then left. But that's it. It's just two 90-degree angles. I've never done more than 2 in a row. I've never felt the need to. Yeah. Take the high-speed connectors and circuit boards from storage with you. Oh, they're in there, are they? Yeah, I'll get them in a sec. Alright, just have to go to the bathroom. Made myself a 45-degree road blueprint. That's thinking outside the box. Yeah, I mean, if I use the 5 or 6 designer, then I think you could probably squeeze one of those in quite nicely. Well, you could probably do it anyway. I just don't like anything ever clipping. Even if the clipping is pretty much hidden, I just can't I just know it's there. Like, if you really look at 2 pieces of asphalt, you can typically see. Although there's a way to hide that, I think, by... I saw some video where you put a pillar down and then you attach the thing to the pillar and then it raises it by like a millimeter so you don't see the clipping anymore. Anyway, it's a fun... it's fun setting up the waste processing using particle accelerators and stuff. Yeah, I've never gotten that far. I'm excited to get there. I saw on Reddit someone built a train going through a particle accelerator and I'm like, I'm definitely doing that in the future. Like, all of them are going to be in a line now and you're just going to go straight through. How many did I need? And how many do I have? 94. Alien technology. So this would double our upload rate, right? Yeah, don't need that. 151 is what we need. You said that there's something in here I need to grab. Oh, the high-speed connectors. Got that. Nice. Circuit boards, AI limiters. I have a lot of this stuff. It'll be used up anyway. Almost all of it has... oh, we don't need that. Almost all of it is in a dimensional depot somewhere. Such random amounts of things in these places. Pull up. I have more smokeless powder. Oh, I thought we made all the ammo we could. Apparently not. Alright, just gonna make... We need 150 of these, and then I'll take the sloop out of this, put it in the other machine. And I've got 116. Oh, you really do burn through the reanimated sand fast. Let's be this way. Alright, I'm just gonna get rid of some of these things that I don't want either. That can go. The rest I think will pretty much be pulled out naturally. And then we'll send some stuff to the biofuel factory. Okay, cool. Alright, almost there. That's massive. I'm finishing up my nuke plant, but only producing 7.2 uranium fuel rods, so much smaller scale. Fun setting up the waste processing using part... Oh, I read that. That's gonna be sick. I think upload speed first, then stack size. I want the stack size. I don't make anything that would even go in at 60 per minute. Like, barely anything, so I don't need the upload speed. I need to store more for when I'm not using it for a long time. Like for instance, the Quickwire, right? The reason I couldn't make more high-speed connectors is because I had to wait for Quickwire to refill. Are we good? We're good. Alright, you can go in there now. Alright, make more ammo. And I'll throw some ammo into the cloud for the future. Right. So yeah, let's talk to the mum. Get some more space.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
We composed a growth song, but you composed a shrink song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand, seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
Don't have time crystals yet. Hard drive and 200 packaged rocket fuel, I want to say, or ionized fuel? No, rocket fuel it must be. Turbo rifle ammo could be unlocked soon as well if I wanted. It would be 1,000 ammo though, I don't really want to waste that. Alright, we'll get this though, the homing rifle ammo. And then geothermal generator. 100 high-speed connectors, don't have that. But we have the other stuff.
Homing rifle ammo unlocked. This ammo can be loaded into a normal rifle and, when fired, will seek a target. Clarification. This does not make the rifle a homing rifle. If you leave the rifle alone, even when loaded with this ammo, it will not return home like a devoted and adorable puppy and/or kitten.
Okay, good to know. Right, almost done. I just wanted to burn through all that smokeless powder. We're almost out of it now. Just 130 to go. Did this earlier too, but it's good just to make the ammo and then store it up. My concrete has 4 uploaded because I'm road maxing. Yeah, see that's the thing. The cool thing, I think stack size is quite important. I mean, I guess speed is too. But you can increase your speed by just building more depots, right? It's like, you know. If you have high volume factories and you really want it to go in there fast for something like concrete, I would say just build more. Like, how many things do you need to go in at more than 60 per minute? I don't know. Iron plates, I guess, maybe if you're using a lot of those walls or foundations. And then concrete. So it's like, save the Mercer-spheres, just use more depots, and feed your high volume concrete into those. Unless you have, for some reason, I just can't think of it right now, but granted I'm not thinking very clearly. You'd have to make it, to warrant using a higher speed upload speed, you'd need to have lots of things going in at like 60, 70, 80 per minute or whatever that you actually build with. That's the reason you have it, right? You build with these things. The thing you can do is put a storage box right below, then a tier 6 belt. Or tier whatever, yeah? I have 5 depots just for concrete. Almost never run out. I have 3 going at 240 per minute. Yeah. But do people see what I'm saying? Does it make sense? Is there, like, what is the reason that you would increase your upload speed if you could just build more depots? Because it's like for concrete, it's super important, right? You've got thousands and thousands of it that you're building with actively. The only thing you need to go into your depots at all is typically things you want to be building with. Right, if you're putting down a lot of machines. So the argument would be we wanted to refill that fast. But what really do you need to refill fast beyond concrete? Even if you're building like 100 refineries. I don't think you'd be that hamstrung by 60 per minute motors going in, for instance. You know what I mean? Spheres are finite, so you can just keep building more. You can't just keep building more, you mean? Yeah, no, totally, but that's what I'm saying. It's like spheres are finite. So instead of going with the faster upload speed, I would save them and go with the bigger stacks or building more depots. Because it costs a lot. It's like 7, 13, and 23 to get higher speeds. So you could, for instance... I think 60 is probably worth it, but let's say we save these 2. That would be 30 until eventually we have so many spheres it doesn't matter, right? But early on, when you don't have all the spheres yet, let's say, that's, you know, that's 36 spheres. That's 36 depots. You could increase speed substantially of many, many items. Doubling them, doubling the speed every time. So I'm almost like, I don't really know why you'd want to go there, but yeah. So I'm just saying this because in the future video series I might be like, I don't think you ever need to go beyond 60 for a very long time. Save your spheres, go down this chain, and build or just build multiple. That's what it seems to me anyway, without thinking it through too deeply. But anyway, just to hear an argument otherwise, or a reason otherwise. Cool. All right, just keep uploading this ammo. Lots of bullets. And yeah, cable and wire for sure, because that's stacks of 500 as well. The speed is kind of important there rather than stack size. Cable, wire, concrete, maybe iron plate. You're doing a lot of cosmetics, silica, maybe steel beams. That's used in a lot of, again, cosmetics and stuff as well. Building out train tracks and blueprints quite quickly. You might want a lot of steel beams. Is that still used in railway? And steel pipe. I could see that then for those two. If you're building a lot of rail. Alright, 22 left to go. Sorry about this taking a while. I created a stop-start off-grid supply depot to industrial storage, two-dimensional depot. Very handed. Stop-start off-grid supply depot to industrial storage. Goes into a depot. The brain depot is OP either way. What's the brain depot? Have to jump off. See you later, Stockvis. Thanks for the kind words earlier. Oh yeah, I should just, while I'm standing here like a mong, let's build the other drone port, right? Let's get it ready. So we need 3 more high-speed connector. Is that person telling me that we could just go grab some high-speed connector out of my inventory? Let's make these 3, and then that'll be that. Or 4, I guess. Cool. This done. This is done. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of that. And that. Right. Decluttering this area. That's just, well, unfortunately just gonna have to float there. Or we'll put something underneath it just so it doesn't look too crazy. But it's empty. Alright, cool. Done. Now, did I leave any crates behind? Don't think so. Oh, man. Right, so, yeah, just got distracted. So we're heading out. Do I need anything to get rid of next? No, not really. Have to clear out the inventory soon, but we're okay for a while. So now it's just hooking up a drone port over to where our... Oh! The little fellow. Over to the rubber production. Done over here somewhere. Oh, I just saw a flickering yellow light. Don't like that. The hell was that? Rubber getting backed up. Oh yeah. That's okay. That's... Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's not the rubber getting backed up here. But just out of curiosity, this is, to be improved as well. I saw it getting stuck. %, it's running at. About 100. Let it fill up. It might have... That's weird. I wonder, is this something I did earlier with the heavy oil or something that affected it? Let's follow their pipeline. So to the one on the back. Okay. Not getting backed up. Just let it fill. It could be the case that the pipes just weren't full yet. For some reason. I don't know why though, but... I might leave that one off for a little bit. I want those pipes to be like jam-packed. They need to be. I wonder if we checked one of the other ones, are they full? This is at 100%. That's not full, but I would have thought it would need to be. Wonder if we got a little leak somewhere. Like a really small amount. Seeping out. And eventually we feel the effect of it. I'm just looking at that one too. Same thing. Oh no, this is the one we just turned off. Good. What about this one? That's on 100 as well. Alright. Ideally wanted to get up to 50, but I can't be bothered waiting around. Let's just sort out where this rubber's gonna go. So according to my little document thing, we make 110 per minute that doesn't go anywhere. So this truck station takes away some. These two beans. Could build a drone station up on top of this area. That could be kind of nice. Could look kind of cool. Maybe two about there. Just to go out as far as what's down below, and then we'll connect them with like pillars or something. All right. I'll just do the little ones because the trucks come quite close to this area. Yeah, it's like it thinks I'm holding control or something. We had this issue earlier. Ow. Oh, that scared me. That wasn't very nice. This is why we make ammo, I guess. I didn't start that. I call it the brain storage depot. Not sure why, it just fits for me. Okay. It's only right that we bring it out here. Might make it the grip metal, actually. Might look even better. Even better, as if it looks good at all. AJ, hey, good to see you, man. I haven't been able to catch your streams in a while due to my new job, but catching up after the streams. Hope all is going well. It is, and thanks very much for the super chat. How's the bus? And what I mean by that is, how's the new job going? Right, up you go. And then this one here. Right on top of the pathway. It's going really well, that's great. Yeah, this isn't latching on either. This is like one of the buggiest patches I've ever played of the game. It's like things I'm actually noticing. Normally when they're like, oh, we've got hotfixes, it's always stuff I've never heard of. This is like, there's multiple build things that I build with that it isn't working. Like I can't attach this now. Controller not, doesn't do nothing. You can see the hotkey is working. If I press it, the bottom left thing is flashing orange. So on, off. So I'm definitely doing it right. It's just not like snapping. Oh well, you know, it happens, I guess. Do it here, nudge it over, I suppose. Well, I was gonna say thank God for nudge, but that won't help there. Do this and then dupe mode. There we go. Not that that matters whatsoever, but you know, it's just one of those things. Okay, cool. Anyway, so we have a little area now. We can put our drone port. And we're going to be taking in rubber. Be coming from this general direction, so maybe even right along this line we can pick it up and send it in. We keep just subdividing our lines. Sure. Rubber, so we color it kind of black. I might just hop up to this little area and see what I called that, if I named it at all. Oil Refinery 01 circuit boards. Yeah, so we'll call this Oil Refinery 02 rubber. I'm actually well up. Oh, sorry, I'm actually up at the moment getting ready for that job. Okay, I've got to go. Oh, that's a shame. I'll see you later then, AJ. I'm glad to hear things are going well, and thank you again for the support. Really do appreciate it. I did know that persistent. Yeah, people. Well, only because people told me a little while ago. Alrighty, next up would be the splitter thing here. Cannot be nudged. I think so. Damn. Mark IV belt is in there. This comes up to here. We only need like 6 per minute or something crazy small. Oh, am I off? I'm off. Okay. Whatever. Okay, cool. Hooked up. Right, now it needs a drone, and then we call it from the other place, right? That's how we're supposed to do it, I think. So, portable miner is needed, of course. Alrighty. Okay. I'll have to give this place fuel just to start it off. And that should be that. Now able to take it in. What is the capacity of this thing actually? I'm so confused by seeing that go in here and this is just empty, but I guess it's filling this up. But this, you can't interact with this, but it has its own inventory, I guess matching the size of this probably. So 4, 8, 12, 16, 17, 18? 18 times 200, 3,600. Okay. Interesting. Are you going to use the fuel that you have here? No, 'cause it's picking up turbo fuel in the other place. I've already got that set up. Thinking of saving this for something else. But if turbo fuel is not enough, then I'll cut all the turbo fuel off and use this instead. You make 50 per minute here. You make 25 turbo fuel per minute. Turbo fuel burns slower though, so I wonder... It's probably not half as slow, right? Like, let's say that this is worth 100... Like 50 of this is worth 100 time units. I wonder how much turbo fuel is. You know, is it 75, 80, 90? Having 25 turbo fuel. I guess you got to look on the wiki and see what the kilojoule burn rate is, and that will give you the burn rate. That's the number I'm really looking for. Anyway, so that's it. So we just head back now. We call it to us. It'll come to us, and then, well, very easily we should have our cooling systems finally. Didn't need to be there anymore. Alright, let's go. Yeah, I mean, the right thing to do would probably be using the package fuel, but I've already hooked up the turbo fuel, so I'm just like, just see if we can stick one or two more on it. But if not, then... See, I don't like the idea of one factory having multiple fuel types. Maybe that's just me in my own head. So it's like, I'll just try use the turbo fuel then for this factory. If it becomes not enough, then it's like, okay, we'll have to do something else. And I'll cut off the turbo fuel and use the packaged fuel instead. You burn quickly through fuel. Turbo fuel is better. The question I basically have is, I've got 50 fuel and I've got 25 turbo fuel. Which would be better to use in this scenario where I've got multiple drones? I don't know. If I don't run out of turbo fuel, then it's like, yeah, this is fine. This is good. I wonder how much I've got left over though per minute, you know? I don't know. There is a way to check. We have to leave it time to make a few cycles, and then it tells you how much it's burning per minute. But we looked at it and it seemed really high. It was like, no, this isn't good. Only one of these drones is going to last for a while. Like it was like 20 per minute or something. So we'll have a look at it in a moment to try to get that right. Or understand it better. I shouldn't ignore it. I should learn it. I just want to get rid of that in my to-do list. There we go. Right, well anyway, just call it down, and then we'll see what the other ones are saying for where they're at currently. So why is that flickering yellow? Oh, because it's full. That's fine. Be-doo, 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 be-doo. Oh yeah, then we have to bring it across, of course. Right, so all ports. We want the oil refinery rubber. Come to this port, please. Now it will do it. Oh, one will be here soon. Alright, let's get rid of the trees. It was news to me that I'd share. Very nice. Yeah, just in case I didn't mention it. It actually says equipment shortcuts up here. So if you press the number 4, because it's the 4th one over, I equipped that. The only issue with this is these things move around all the time. So it's not that reliable, so I don't really use it very often. Can't go. Should have left that behind. Oh well. But yeah, no, it is still good to know. If you can try to manage your inventory where those do stay somewhat consistent, at least you can be fairly quick with it then. Right. Rocket fuel is even better. Just add nitric acid. Yeah, I hadn't had it unlocked when I built the turbo fuel plant. And I didn't really want to redo anything. So in future, I'll just build rocket fuel in future. Now that I've got it, you know. Alright, here we go. Rubber's arrived. So the rubber just needs to make its way across, as does the radio control units. Now, is this the height of that? Or are we too low? We're actually lower than we need to be by 2 meters. That's okay. And this is 4 meters too high, if I recall correctly. Our bridge used to be just a little lower than that. Needs to be there. Go straight out. Now, where do we want to start it from? This bit I've said is kind of... Can't use that because of the terrain. This one just barely. So yeah, I would say just like a little bridge that goes along this bit then. I say bridge. Make it that walkway thing I had earlier as a blueprint. So just like that. Yep. With some time to do cosmetics, this place could look really, really dope. You can just tell by the way it's like weirdly like modular and connected via these different bridges. Anyways, oh, did I mess that up? How the hell did I do that? We're 2 meters over. Whoops, that's my bad. Thought we would have been at the right height. Need to really extend the power out here because I just keep falling as well. Always do that. I like to think everyone does that, right? It's not just me. It doesn't just immediately put down these power poles and does it like when they keep falling. Yeah, it's just 2 meters above this. Okay, my bad. It would have to be there. Might be a bit low now for the trucks that do drive through here. Oh no, it's so many bugs in this patch, man. It's so annoying. It thinks the old blueprint's still here. The wrong height and everything. Ugh. Okay. Have to turn off blueprint mode. They should roll this one back. It's at least for me, it's got more bugs, more noticeable bugs anyway. Maybe it fixes crashes or something. I don't know what it does. Didn't read the notes, to be fair. But it's the first time I've noticed where it's like just really buggy now. Just noticed something else. This is where the resource travels through. So I should actually bring it up even higher than this. Oh my god. And I'm just creating blueprint things everywhere. Ugh. It's my bad for making so many mistakes. Can I not even build that now? Oh, there's a rock thing in the way. How did I avoid it before? Weird. Anyways, finally made a quick but excellent drone comparison YouTube video. Drone fuel type comparison Satisfactory 1.0. The short of the vid is that rocket fuel is the third best, but so much easier to make than the best fuels. Plutonium and nitro rocket fuel. I can't even play this patch. My game instantly crashes. Oh yeah. Should have rolled it back. I'm surprised because when I saw it on Twitter this morning, they were just like, oh, here's what you need to do to fix this patch. And I was like, oh shit. They're like, upload your save to Satisfactory Calculator. And I was like, okay, well, you know, I haven't streamed yet, so this is alright. I guess. Just PC gaming. Used to it now. Everything breaks. But we've just seen, they're like, oh, there's problems with the customizer. What was the other thing? Everything's regrowing. I can't hide the nodes of my trucks sometimes. Sometimes I can. Unless you go into the menu. You can't do it with the hotkey. Can't snap walkways to each other anymore. And now I can't build blueprints or delete blueprints fully. Kind of rough. It's a little rough. That's some big ones, you know? For me anyway. 'Cause I normally don't notice these things. It's like hotfix, like with like 20 fixes, and I'm like, I never had any issue. Right. So, maybe I should have just started from over here. That's ultimately where we wanted to come to. Yeah, it's just my bad building it in a bad way. Like that. We're slightly above where we were before, so now this just works, and this connects into where we originally came from, right? Ish. I had it right the first time, and I must have just got confused with myself. Anyway. Yeah, and we could just let that sink down into a lift, so it'll go like that. I'll just have to move this across, I guess. Wait a second. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The radio control units come in from over there, and so does the rubber. Okay, we don't need this here at all. This bridge is fine, but we'll just bring them both in this way. And then I suppose overflow will have to go the other way too. Caves. This is the only problem though. We have to go up just a tiny bit. And I can't do that without a squashed lift, which I don't like to use, so I'll just use one of these. Is that high enough? Yep. I think that'll work. Wonder how weird it will be. Ah, it's okay. And that'll go along straight. Okay, cool. Then we have to do the same with the other one. It's gonna be there. Alright, so rubber's gonna come in this way then. Actually, it'll be there, and this will just be a little further back. Yeah, I guess so. Seems wrong to me, but okay. Yeah, why does that one work? How much space did I give to that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, got it. Alrighty, so I can just travel along now. We'll just do temporarily, just put this in here, just so I can bring my 2 belts over. Send these down the line. Do the first spot here, I guess. Is there any downside to not retrieving your death crate? I don't think so. Not that I can think of. Yeah, I don't know. As long as you don't mind not having your stuff, obviously. Or whatever you died with. And you don't mind leaving a crate out in the world. That's fine. Don't think you lose anything or any technology's missing or you got anything reset on the map or anything like that, so... As far as I know, anyway. Yeah, I guess we don't need this. Alright, finally. Brought in the 2 materials. Took a bit of a while to figure out how to get them in. So... Rubber is this one. Right? Yeah. And that's the one on the left. Right, and then this will be radio control units, which are going to mix with an assembler from what comes out of here, which is cooling systems. Those will be done basically together. We're going to make 2 though, right? So supercomputer, I think. Oh no, sorry, we use one of these with 2 of the assembly director systems. Six per minute. What are we doing? We're doing 3, so this will be underclocked to 50. So we're making 1.5, which is still enough to make 2 assembly director systems if we wanted to at this, well, 2 machines doing them. All right. So the radio control units come in there. This comes out this way. I'll just, I don't know, aim it this way, why not? So that'll be that hooked up. All right, 50%. I guess a sloop or something in there would be pretty good. We were desperate. Now, where's my rubber? Oh, we didn't connect up the beginning bit, did we not? There we go. Alright, cool. We're in business. So once the rubber gets here, it'll make our first cooling systems. And once they're made, it'll make our first supercomputers. Now, for the assembly director system, I had said that I was just going to bring these down here and try to make 500 that way. Or bring the supercomputers to the adaptive control units, because that's where the space elevator is. So again, a drone, I guess, could fly with that and fly back to base. Maybe with that drone we could try use some other fuel type, I don't know. Because certainly turbo fuel must be getting low by now. And you can't use a sloop in packaged turbo fuel, in a packager. Use a smart splitter, only 1 line. If you were carrying summer sloops, you'll want those back. Am I missing something? Oh, right, yeah, you mean in the if the person dropped that stuff. Did you mean a smart splitter for this? I'm okay with it being 2 lines. I don't really like mixing or having sushi belts or whatever they call them. I mean, they both are quite low volume. But I don't know, how can you guarantee... Is there a way to guarantee that every second item? I just don't see the benefit, because you'd have to just use a splitter. I feel like the one will get backed up. Like, just as a thought exercise, right? We have a drone port there, right? It's just rammed with rubber. And if that was on the same belt as the belt here, so if they merged up here and went onto the same belt, it'd be mostly rubber with the odd bit of radio control unit. And then on the other end, we split them, right? That would only work... The splitter would only work... I don't think that would work. Because the rubber line... Let's say it was split here with the smart splitter, and we send radio controllers to the left and we send rubber to the right. The problem is the rubber would get backed up on this machine. Yes, you're right. That's all I wanted to hear. But yeah, if I know what you're saying though, if we were actually producing it out of a machine rather than out of the drone port, and it was going at like 10 per minute, and we consumed 10 per minute, you could then work it out, because it's like, well, neither should get backed up because it's coming out of the machines directly, but because they're coming out of a drone port, the volume's really high, therefore the separation of it could back one up, which is why it's probably best to just avoid sushi belts just generally. Is our rubber almost here? It's almost here. We give it a little kickstart. Bonk. I don't need this rubber in my inventory anyway. Tasty blue liquid. Looks good. Pretty quiet machine, all things considered. Also, that frame rate's really low on that. It's not normally like that. Wonder if there's something bugged with this as well. It's normally really high frame rate. Or like, looks good. But this is almost like when you're far away, the frame rate lowers. For optimization. Hmm. Yeah, something else not quite right with that. Oh, I've brought it down to 50%. That might be why. Let's see when it resets like this next thing, just to see if it fixes itself. What is the end goal of this game? You're building this big thing in the sky, a big space platform. You're sending stuff up with a space elevator, so you have to just meet increasing demands of complexity to build it. Can't quite see it right now because it's foggy, but you can generally see it. Just right now, I can't. And it's been like building and getting bigger and bigger every time we send stuff up to it. So I actually don't know what happens at the very end. There we go, it's a bit better now actually. Yeah, so it was just the clock speed. Okay, good to know. But that's it. You're just building for the fun of it, really. And you just have to make increasingly complex things to hit some arbitrary goal to get a piece of story at the end of the game. I haven't got to the end, though, so I actually don't know. Oh, yeah, you're here to save everybody on Earth, apparently. But it doesn't seem like that's the full story. And hello, G-Man. Sorry, you said hi twice and I didn't say hi back, but hello. All right, leave it like that. There goes. I love the items towards the end of the game. They get so much more complex and detailed. I think they look real cool. Radio control units. And then we have our cooling systems, which will be rolling out now in a sec. I'm sure 1 or 2 have already gone in, though, no? Make our supercomputers. And we've made 1. Should bring them out somewhere as well, just to see them. There they are. They're thick. It'd be so cool if it was like... Oh my god, you just broke it. Oh, it's got a little button on the side. How long do these take? You're out of gas. What the hell's going on? Oh yeah, I never... I turned off the thing, didn't I? Again, the animation was still playing on that. That normally doesn't happen if you're out. I just leave this off until the gas line fills up a bit more. But then we'll turn it back on, so in just a moment. Anyways, so in the meantime, what do we got to think about? We've got to bring this stuff out to... So I need more high-speed connectors, because we got to drone it back. Over the mountains, back to base. Bring the supercomputers back, basically. And then, yeah, we'll make the assembly director systems. I've saved all those adaptive control units up, and I just didn't really need to, actually, thinking about it, because we're still going to be limited by how many of these we're making. Assembly director system. Yeah, it's just these two together. And we're making, so 0.75. We're making 1.5. So we can do 2 of those machines, ideally. Once we get running again. Alright. So, in that case, so yeah, high-speed connectors. This is why I really need to build one of these things. Keep having to craft them by hand. 22. Well, we need 20. Well, we need 40, but we'll do the first 20. I would say this is a sandbox game with objectives. Yeah, it's just like a sandbox creative game. It's kind of like a Minecraft game, but you're building factories. So it's like you got a big open... Well, not kind of. You've got this big open world. You can approach it however you want, and there's like a general progression to go through. But there's no time limit on anything. You can play it multiplayer. There's vehicles, there's trains, there's some exploration things, like these items you have to find around the world that can help with your machines. You don't have to find them, but obviously most people would want to. They do help a lot. There's little bits of lore and things like that, so yeah. Yeah, you don't have to get off planet, and as far as I know you don't, but I don't know what happens at the end, so maybe you do eventually. Maybe you go up there. I don't know. The 1.0 of the game just came out recently, where they added all that stuff in, so it's still new to me. But yeah, it'd be most similar to a game like Factorio. So Factorio is like a 2D Like what you're seeing here, but 2D. But Factorio came first, so this is like a 3D version of Factorio. We turn this on now. Alright, so now I can take in the gas, now I can get back up to speed. And yeah, it's just about kind of solving problems and figuring out how like to do logistics, and you have to maintain your power, and you have to avoid trips and resets and stuff, so it's just weirdly addictive. I never would have thought I'd be into a game like this until I played it. I'm like, who wants to build factories for like no reason? What the hell's that about? But once you start doing it, it's just quite addictive. And in a good way, it's like just fun. And then if you're creative, you can like spend quite a long time trying to make things look good. I don't have time for that in this stream, but normally I do that. Try to like add lights and signs and like just things to make things look more interesting, basically. Rather than giant floating squares or platforms that don't do anything. That wasn't needed. That's not needed. And go. Theory, all of this could go. And that could have maybe come down over there like I originally thought, but we did think maybe drones could go up here. No, I think even a drone port right here would be fine. Alright, so we'll send that in there. Be our final drone port for the area. Can't remember what we called it, though. Is it RCU 05? It's the 5th drone port. This one will be called Supercomputers. Alright. Now, supercomputers are what? They're kind of like an orange, bluish, gray, steel, and black and yellow. Maybe use the red. We've got red, yellow, and the kind of black color. There we go. Right, so we'll need another one of these on back at base, and then they need a fuel source. Now, I could, down the middle of this, send in the fuel. That's all the turbo fuel then been used, but I'm really worried that we don't have enough turbo fuel as it is, and I'm adding another journey. I'm only making 25 per minute, and I've got 6 of these drones now doing things. So this says that... This is why I don't get it. It says NA. I have to look at where they're sent from, right? Not where they arrive to. This is where they arrive to. Although this one tells me. That can't be right. I mean, maybe it is. 7.57 per minute. I gotta write these down because definitely going over 25, right? The 7.57. That's number 3. I have to add this up. We need to figure this out. Next one here. 6.11. That's number 2. The one that actually delivers in the fuel to the other ones doesn't tell me either. I'll have to check that out later. It's 1, 2, and then this one. This one didn't tell me, right? Nope. So the rubber and the turbo fuel ones, I have to go and find out how much they're using. And that'll tell me how much I have left. Let's do it. So the turbo fuel one is out to the east, just somewhere over this way on the map. How am I doing? Hey, Sam. Actually thinking of messaging you. I always say that to you, but I'm just always so busy. But it would be great to meet up for lunch or something sometime. I'm good, though. You need 50 supercomputer. Oh, yeah. We need just 50 straight up for the... That's a great point. Forgot about that. For the milestone of being able to make nuclear. And then tomorrow's stream, maybe we can start looking into that. Which seems like jumping the gun a bit, but I mean, if it's where we're at for progression, why not try it? It does seem like I do need to kind of make high-speed connectors and AI limiters. That would be kind of good. Sorry, it's just my cat. Okay, though. One of them's just up there behind me. I didn't realize she was there. Okay. Anyway, you've been tempted to start Factorio Space Age run? Because I have. Kind of, not really. I mean, I really like that game. Like, I think it's great. But I just don't have any time. So I haven't even been tempted in that way where it's like, I know I just don't have the time. Like, I don't even have the time to do this game. I haven't put a video up on my channel in over a month. So I've just done streams and I've only been doing 2 per week. And I'm doing videos on my City Builder channel, but still. Like, I just don't have the time. I mean, working on Manor Lords and stuff is just like no time for anything anymore. Alright, this is where the turbo fuel that's out from, just over there to the right. But yeah, I mean, loads of people that I know have been playing it, and people that don't normally play factory games, like, it seemed to have a lot of hype behind it. A lot of people were checking it out. 1,000 still in there. It looks like we're still producing plenty. I mean, it's overflowing into an awesome sink, so there obviously is a fine amount. This is 9.34 per trip. 9, but this just seems so not true, though. It can't be true. All right, and then there was one more to check. It's the... Oh yeah, the aluminum casing drone. I forgot about that one. I should have really checked what these make, because now I don't know which one's going or coming. And then there's the one up here, the circuit boards. Basically, got the turbo fuel one. Not showing for me, just let me hover over them then, I guess. Right, so circuit boards is number 2. Cool. I'll just write circuit boards. I'm just writing this down because we're trying to track if these are using too much fuel or not, because we won't know for a long time until they run out. And we have number 1 is doing turbo fuel. All right, so that's number 1. So we just tracked that number because we're at the factory now. E-fuel. Drones take fuel for the return journey too. So only one. So only the one of the ports it uses needs to be fuel fed. Yeah. I still don't really know why not all of these have numbers on them. Like, one of these didn't. I don't know why. Let's see. So, circuit boards. We have that one. That's number 2. That's all good. That's at 6.11. Number 3 is aluminum casing. We have that number 2. And then we have the turbo fuel one. So what's that? That's 1, 2, 3. So we don't have number 4. Rubber. And number 5, which is supercomputer. So rubber we've just set up. But it's not telling me the number. I guess it must be telling me from the other side. I don't know why it's chosen to do that, because we're still pulling to this. The way I've set them up is like at each drone port, I tell the other one to come here. That's what people told me to do. Alright, so that's the next one to figure out then. It's the rubber. And then the drones are waiting, right? It's not even arriving here because it's just waiting until it empties out, and then it'll make the trip. Quite interesting too. So obviously you got enough. But it does feel like we're getting kind of close, numbers-wise, per minute. At least what it's telling me. Both Manor Lords and Farthest Frontier look like great games. Yeah, I'd say both are great games. I mean, I'm a little biased. I work on one. I really like Farthest Frontier as well. I haven't played it. Is it? I think it's out of early access now. I haven't played it since then. But when it first went into early access, I thought it was great. I did a 20-part video series on it. Pretty much building and doing everything you do in the game. at the time, but now you can do a lot more. So number 3 is accounted for. Okay, it's just the rubber that's not. Do the ports tell you how long a trip takes? Yes, it says round trip X amount of time, and then it says the burn rate per minute. All I'm interested in though is the burn rate per minute. The time to deliver is important for knowing how much you're loading on something, but these are carrying such low volume that it's fine. The burn rate is important. When they fill up, they don't leave until they need to, so that's good. So they automatically wait and don't consume more fuel than they have to. Unlike trucks, which will just keep going unless you set wait timers. Alright, whoops. Almost there. Oh, I thought I was driving all the way down to the right. We're actually just going right in here. Didn't really need to hop in this. Oh boy. Hey Fob. Quebec. Alright, here's the other ports. This one's doing rubber. Oh no, this is circuit ports actually. The rubber one's just over there, isn't it? Yes, this is NA because we know that one already. Just behaving itself now, as this is the one that was going off, wasn't it? No, it's this one. Okay, seems to be okay now. Alright, let's see what you got. So, 7.79. 04, 7.79. That's rubber. So, if I add up these just really quickly. This is before I add on the final one. So we have 7 point. Let's forget the point, right? Let's just. Oh, actually, I guess we kind of need to. 7.57 plus 6.11, 9.34. We're at 30.81. I feel like it should be lowering, but we're not seeing it lowering. We're seeing turbo fuel spill over into an awesome sink. None of the drones have stopped either, so there's something weird about that. We're only making 25 per minute. So it's saying 30.81 is weird. It's like, oh, by now, the thing has been running long enough, by now, that we should have seen the drone station that's full of turbo fuel slightly emptying out, but it was maxed. And the other one's waiting on the other side. So that seems strange. We do have a huge backlog of fuel, but you'd expect to see it being chipped away at. I'm not saying empty, but it was like a max, not moving. It's like, how's that happened? I don't get that. Because to me, what it should look like is, instead of a 2,000 capacity, it should be at like 1,947. And it's like, oh, clearly it's starting to go down. Like, something's going down eventually. Maybe that'll just happen over a very long time. That is weird that we haven't seen it yet. It could be to do with the way they wait, maybe. That maybe only during the active flight, that's the per minute burn, but when they're sitting idling, they're not burning, so that maybe changes the number. I don't know. I don't think I'm making more turbo fuel than I think. I'm pretty sure it's 25. I could double check, but before we do that, we're just going to go over to, because I'm next to the base anyway, we'll just build this other drone port up here. And call the drone to me. Look at them, they're flying around, they love it. They have no problem getting here and back. But yeah, we're going to add one in up here, just somewhere up on top. Just get rid of that. Looks unsightly. Okay, so it's just an assembler, which is weird to make a space elevator part, I feel like. this laid in. And we could do 2 of them. Try to at least put it in the foundations a bit better. Does that mean it's off now? Yeah, kind of. So you can hold control and nudge. We pop it in where it needs to be, like a micro nudge, a half nudge. So this one is the one with adaptive control units. That can come out the top actually, so that's good. Okay, so that's that done. Nice and easy. Alright, and they have power now. I'm going to make assembly director systems. Like that. And then we'll merge them up, but we'll just get this drone thing to arrive now. Still need more. Oh yeah, high-speed connectors. Oh, I can only make 6. What are we lacking? Quick wire is quite low. We can go downstairs and pick up some though. I think there's some here. I think. If only I had more upload speed, am I right? Quick wire might not be here actually. I can't quite remember. Nope. Quick-wire is over at the Satisfactory, I think. Let's drive. Get there a bit quicker. And if it's red, we'll go faster. You make sure much per min, but your backlog allows you to maintain a big fleet. Just a thought. I'm factoring in the backlog. So think about it this way. If we have 2,000 fuel in storage, right, in the drone port, 2,000 is full, and then we start adding loads of drones to it, what do you expect to see happen? Expect to see the numbers start to very slowly go down, because it already hit its limit. It's not like it was at 12,000, now it's at 10. It was at 2,000 at its limit, and it's not lowering. In fact, it's not lowering so much that I've even seen some going into the awesome sink. So it's still overflowing. It's still full. So I don't get it. Even accounting for the 100 slot and the belt space that it all fills up as well first, I don't understand. I'm missing something with why it's why it is the way it is. It just feels like it should be lower by now. Do me dirty like that. Can't remember where we make quick wire. It's down here, and then I think one of these is the pickup for it. That's Caterium. The hell do we make quick wire? It used to be down there. Now I'm just loading up quick wire and it's going somewhere. God, I can't even remember where these things go. So where would it go? Electronics, I guess. So back where we came from. Mock, thank you very much for the 10. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Oh, I'm zoomed in. Oh my god. How long have I been zoomed in for? Oh, just when I was adding up those numbers, right? Yeah, okay, that's not too bad. Right, so I assume Ethereum comes to there, goes upstairs, gets made into quick wire. Boom. Wire flows along, and then excess goes in here. Okay, so this, damn, so there's a little problem. What I should have done is put a container there and then the depot on top. Now there's no way to make that go any faster. I was just gonna pick up like 1,000 or whatever, but we don't have 1,000 to pick up. Just wait. That seems so limiting, to be limited by making a building just because we have to wait for that now. Got 10 out of 20 high-speed connectors. You make one. You need 50 every time. Well, I could thieve. I could thieve some. These machines are looking awfully full. What will that slow down? That'll slow down production of circuit boards. We make too many anyway. And I'll throw this in there. A little exchange. They'll never know. Alright. I don't know why I would do that. Just do this. Alright, now we can make 26. Good. We just need 8 more. You weren't zoomed in for long. Yeah, I was like, geez, was that like hours? Because I could see how people could maybe mistake it or not notice. Because it's not that big of a hindrance, but it is a little bit. Oh yeah, the 50 supercomputers that we need first. That's a good point. I'll turn off those machines then, just so we use them. I did forget. Let's make a few more of these while we're here. Even just 25. Alright, we'll let that do its thing. I'll sink these away. Send them back up there. Okay, back to base. Let's see if we can drive off this for funsies. Go! Oh, nailed it. So surprised I don't bring Quickwire in over here. Yeah, so just so that we don't actually consume the... Well, I'll leave these on, but I just won't hook up the supercomputers just yet. We'll just bring them in for the milestone. Alrighty, finally. So, drone port. Here we are then. Gonna do it that way so that we can feed them in nicely. That'll just go in there. Pretty much. Or that one, I suppose. Yeah. I won't hook them in though, like I said. Don't worry. That will go there, and that will go there. But we'll just leave this as is. This just needs to be hooked up to power. Borisspill. I don't know what this place... This is called my iron factory. It's just IF. 01. Computer. Okay, so all ports. Supercomputer. I have it listed as 2 words, so I'll just do that here. Consistency's sake. The supercomputer. This will need to come here. Now, I haven't actually built the drone yet. I have to do that back at base, and then I have to hook up the turbo fuel as well, because it's not there either. Alright, so we're gonna make this trip one more time. By the way, say that cooling systems are now done. You be so careful, girl. You are walking on the PC. She just jumped right next to the button. She's pressed it a few times. I got a commercial just as you jumped off the platform. That sucks. It sucks that members get commercials, man. And hey, Will. Sorry, I hadn't sent a super chat earlier. Oh, it's okay. I couldn't be bothered setting up a Google Pay, but your I appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Wes. If that is the fuel while they are active, shouldn't all have the same fuel consumption then? Or has it something to do with what they are carrying? No, they wouldn't have all the same fuel consumption, even if it was just... Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, no, because some of them are in the air for longer than others, right? So I was saying, like, maybe it doesn't count the time. It's not effectively counting the time that they're idling. So then if one is in the air for 3 minutes, and then it sits at base for 5 minutes, or whatever, it's saying that it burns 3 per minute, because that's what it's doing. Oh yeah, no, I see what you're saying though. The per minute would be the same. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Regardless of how long a distance they're going, the per minute will be the... Yeah, that can't be it then. Didn't make a lick of damn sense. We'll just add another one to it until we see that number going down, and we can confirm that it is using how much. It does seem like a high number though. I would have thought it'd be using less, but guess not. Where am I going? Yeah, not this way. Ooh, take this. My kingdom as we float over the trees. Seven fuel per minute during the 3-minute flight, but none while waiting. Does seem like they'd all have the same number then, though. If it's per minute, unless they were doing less than a flight. The flight was less than 1 minute. We've built up 39 already. That's pretty good. Running at 100, I guess. Yeesh. Yeesh. He's running at 100 as well. We haven't actually seen one of these roll out. There it is. Looking cool. Got like a little torpedo thing at the front of it. And in it goes. So we need to make a drone and hook it up to the turbo fuel. Yeah. All right. So for the turbo fuel line here, then. I need to go down the middle. I don't know why I've done it this way, but I don't even know if I can fit this down this way. Well, that looks weird. You can always squish. Well, not that way. You have to use a splitter, right? But we could go over. Let's just do that for, because I can't think of anything better to do. All right, so. Why's that not working? An in? What? Oh, it's a merger, not a splitter. Whoops. Okay. Splitting one more time. This line, this turbo fuel line has been split so much. And look at it. It's backed up. Backed up everywhere. I'll have to go back and check the turbo fuel source again. This has 1800 in it, and the one back at base had 2000 in it. And that's just waiting to go make the trip again. Interesting. So now with this extra trip, we'll be definitely so much over it that it should be very noticeable. Alright, cool. Right, gotta send this along again. Try to do it quick. Oh, he was right there. All right. Down. Rough. Guess I'll have to move this forward just slightly. It's just slightly too close. Where it was, right? 1, 2. Be enough. Okay, so we're aiming for the fuel. And yeah, I don't see why not. Just go forward like this. And shove it out that way. Is that right? Nope. There we go. Cool. Alright, that'll be turbo fuel fed into here then. Apparently. Once it makes its way down. And it's almost there. Cool. Right, last thing to do is make the drone. We're making supercomputers, by the way, so that's done. It's just the assembly director system left, but we need 50. How many have I got? 47 or something. 46. Oh, I couldn't grab it. Tried. I was like, I can't let it go in. That's 47. We need 3 more. We make 1.5 per minute, so a couple minutes. And we'll have it. Cool. I can't believe we actually got everything done. Normally I never do everything in one stream. I just realized as well, I've been running off to reach the other drone port and then call it forward, but you don't have to do that. You can just access all ports from any port, right? So it's actually all good. So in all ports, the one that is this one needs to select this port here. Yeah. What's your problem? Status. They all have weird. Why is that? Just because no port is selected. There's a port selected on this one, but it's got a little error symbol. What's that about? Hovering over doesn't tell me. I'd like to know. In case it... I guess if we went to the port itself, it would maybe tell me. Drone status cannot unload. Battery consumption 9.34 per minute. Yep, I know it shouldn't say battery obviously, but 9.34 is what I wrote down for how much turbo fuel it's consuming per minute. Can't unload because it's too full. Good problem to have for turbo fuel trying to go somewhere. Have we got those extra things yet? $48. Oh, there's 2 in here. It's actually going into the drone, is it? Whoops. Do that. Well, that's it. We have our 50 now. We can advance. Whew. All right. And then, yeah, we'll just build that drone again. And now we can hook them up and let them do their thing. So we'll call this RCU 05, I think. Because we did delete it and then select it again, which is why it's not on this list. So this one. Go. 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 Now I don't know if that means that this needed to be built there, or if this is okay to be here. I feel like it needs to be built over there. So we'll just do that. Yeah, we'll bring it with us. Alright, cool. So in that time, it's going to be loading up the supercomputers. And then we'll bring them back with us. Do you need supercomputers to build anything? Obviously, I'm sending them all into making assembly director system things right now, but I feel like you probably need them to build like nuclear power plants or something, right? Man, I wish I could just fly my own drone. Really did mean to build a road one day between these places, and I always just have to fly through the jungle. Thanks, Ryan. Could the values you totaled be for full cargo trips only? I'd be surprised. I've never heard of, Well, let me read the rest of what you said. These drones are not always full to use less. No, yeah, I've never heard of that being a thing in this game. It's like they're... Like, load bearing or weight doesn't really affect fuel consumption. That being said, the only thing I can think of is, like, when it comes to trains, the more carriages you have does affect how fast it can go. But I don't think it affects how much power it consumes. That just seems like it'd be very tough to manage. Really, even if that was all true, it should just still give me the number, right? Like, tell me the number per minute that you're burning. Trucks do that. And trains you can gauge based on the fluctuations of the power line. It'd be very useless. It's quite useless information if it's telling me something that then we can't really do anything with, right? So you'd have to assume that it's correct. But I just can't figure out why it's not adding up. It could just be, like people said, there might just be a severe delay in how much you have stored, and eventually it is lowering, but it's lowering in multiple places, and maybe I'm not tracking it very well. That seems like the most reasonable explanation. And we'll go back one more time and check the turbo fuel plant, which is the source, right? You'd expect that place to be starting to empty out. Like the packagers... What's getting taken away from the drone port there should be more than what the packagers are supplying it with. And there's only 2 packagers, and they are both doing whatever the amount is to make 25 per minute. It can't be more than that, because I'm using some of the plastic there to make those canisters. Pretty sure about that anyway. It would just be good to nail down, because then I know in future, it's like, okay, that number is accurate, and we can use it to gauge how much we can supply stuff with. Otherwise, if I'm ever making a video on drones, it's like, I don't know. Just wing it. No pun intended. Or pun intended if you want. I've got my 50. We need to build our drone thing here. With this port, destination RCU 5 supercomputer. Status. Problem with this one? Oh yeah, we have to give it fuel to start it off. That's something I actually did do a couple times today, is I gave them 100 turbo fuel. Or did that throw anything off? Because 100 is a decent amount to just give something, right? That's actually calculated the burn rate before it's even made the trip. Interesting, it knows. 7.82, apparently. And that's for... Is it based on this? I don't know. It'll be getting the turbo fuel on the other side. That's for number 5. Supercomputer. So if I was to add all that up, I can't remember what the number was we hit last time. There it is. Thankfully, I don't have to add it. So 7.82. That'd be the total. 38.63. So all of this minus... well, if you just do 25 minus this, that's 13.63 per minute that we should see it declining at. 13 every minute. So, 10 minutes pass by, we should be 130 lower in a full inventory drone port. I think. Depending on what time we look at it. Like if the drone had just left, then yeah. Anyway, by idle, sorry. If the drone is in idle in any way, it's not consuming any fuel. Yeah, it's funny actually, just the fact that that calculated the journey time before it left. And that can't be right. 23 per trip. Because it takes 3 minutes. But then it just sits there idle. So then, yeah, if this calculated it before it even knew it was going to be idle, then it can't be accurate. It can't be. It's not a consistent per minute burn. It's only a burn while it's making the trips, and it only makes the trips when it's not full. Interesting. So that does add texture to this. 294 viewers. Man, I've really fallen off. Used to have what was our high on the when this came out? 1,500 or something like that. See you later, mate. I'm literally sleeping while sitting, just like struggling to keep stay awake. Oh, I can't upload any more ammo. 1.5k? Those are the days. I'm only joking, it's all good. Yeah, it's the kind of problem I have with this game. Further in you go, the slower everything gets, the more complex it gets, so the less people watch, so it becomes harder to do things. At least that's in the YouTube series. I'm enjoying it. I love that everyone's here, and I'm still going to keep going, so don't take it as anything negative. It ain't meant that way. And by the way, we've got what we need now, so now we can just plug that in. That's going to make the whatever that we need. Come on, Darren, be smart. Assembly director systems. And we can loop those around and bring them into the Space Ellie. So let's do that. Oh my god, game. That was a straight belt as well. I don't know why that's even there. It doesn't need to be. Alright. This will be the assembly director systems. And I guess somewhere here. We'll go over. Yeah, and that's it then, right? Be a new component. First time ever making those. And then magnetic field generators. We haven't even unlocked them yet. That's what our supercomputers are for, so we can go do that now. There she is. Alright, so nuclear power. I have unlocked this before, but I've never made the assembly director systems before. I've never made magnetic field generators. I've never even seen that before, to be quite honest. Or I can't remember seeing it. Turbo motors, then we're going to need fused frames. So we need another aluminum plant. That's what's going to happen soon. And then we need nuclear power generally. I guess we'll see what these all take to make, because I've never even looked at that. So let's go. There's our... Oh, we had 51. 50. And I guess we'll have to pull this stuff out. We need 1,000 cable. There's 800. We need 2,000 concrete. That. And then 200 modular frames. Good thing we got the space recently. Alright, so just a little bit of cable left, which we could either wait for. 30 per minute, or we could just go get it. New component being fed into the space elevator. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the first, like, 1 out of 500 on the top right of the UI. Alright, let's see if we see... Whoops. So cable goes in here. Alright, we only needed 200 more. Let's take that with us. I feel like we need more better music. Let's do the fun soundtrack thing again, and then we'll look through everything we made today, and then we'll call it a day for today. Sure. But we know it might not be sustainable with that turbo fuel. But we do have 50 packaged fuel, so it's possible to get it all working. Alright, bonk. Nuclear power, ready for launch.
Milestone reached. The nuclear power plant
Godspeed.
produces dangerous radioactive nuclear waste. Fix-It reminds you that any extra limbs resulting from exposure to radiation are also contracted to work on project assembly. Fix-It also reminds you that willful exposure to radiation will not result in any bonuses regardless of how many functional limbs it produces. Project part number 7, the magnetic field generator, should enter production as soon as possible. Any unnecessary delays will be noted.
Am I looking forward to nuclear power? Yeah, kind of. I mean, I've never built it before. I say kind of. It's just because... Oh, there we go. 2 out of 500. Nice. It's just a little scary. In a good way. But I also feel like... as much as I'd like to start it tomorrow, maybe we will. I still feel like I need to maybe get some other things up and running first. And I think we've got enough power to play around with. So let's see. So what do we unlock? We've gotten now We can now scan for uranium. We've got encased uranium cells, magnetic control rods, electromagnetic control rods, uranium fuel rod. Excuse me, nuclear power plant and magnetic field generator. So we need supercomputers. What else? Alclad. Okay, okay. Cable and concrete and modular frames. And then it's got... That's a big thing, isn't it? 2 inputs, 1 output. Got it. What's on this side? The power connection. I've never built them before. Never even in creative. Just never done it. Always thought I'd just wait till I unlock it. And then I need to learn what goes in and stuff. I might just see if we can even build one today. What time is it? I kind of have to wrap it up. Maybe tomorrow we'll do that then. And see what it needs. That's got 3 and that's got 3. Love it. Supercomputers, that is. Kitty doing a little parkour in the background, was she? Oh, yeah, oh, Rosie must have called him out to get food or something. Alright, we'll go back over everything and talk through the chain today. In fact, let's talk over that whole factory. The radio control units and the crystal oscillators, because it all does so much. It'd be worth doing a little bit of a recap on. Just want to see these guys come out. Never seen them before. They looking thick. Assembly director systems, there they are. So we're making 1.5 per minute. And yeah, so 500 divided by 1.5, 333 minutes. So how long would that take to fill? In hours. Just less than 6 hours, I guess. 5.5 hours. That's alright. And in that time we can look at now magnetic field generator. What do you need? You need some electromagnetic control rods. Pff, easy. Versatile framework. Well, we've got that, don't we? If I look at my thing that we made today, we make 10 per minute. So I could do 4 of these with the versatile framework I have. Question is, how do we make this? You need stators and AI limiters. There she is. Like I said, I think we need AI limiter factory and high-speed connector. Now, stators actually make as well. Make 10. But not much. Might do something with that. Used to make fuel rods? Yeah. Don't even know where to begin with that kind of stuff. This is the goal, isn't it? Making these things. How do we make the next two? Thermal propulsion and nuclear pasta. Check that out. You need a lot of aluminum for fused frames and even more later. Yeah, I've made a fused frame factory before, actually. That's as far as I've gotten. And I made 16.5 per minute in update 8. Update 7. And then I was building a supercomputer factory and that's where it ended for me. And I had a radio control unit factory. $50 fused frames per minute. If I recall correctly, fused frames requires casing, nitrogen gas, and heavy modular frames, something like that. The curve at this point of the game, in terms of time spent to do things, just, it's that, like, unbelievable curve up, like, almost exponential, I guess. That's crazy, that stuff. It's, like, real scary. Oh, so I can make them. Yeah, that is what it is, actually. Good. I have a decent memory. Yeah, I made 16 of these. Can we actually see that number? No, it doesn't let you see that. Yeah, so I don't know how much casing. I was making 1,500 casing in my previous aluminum factory. All right, let's quickly talk through and do a bit of a recap for today, and then we'll call it a day. Already made 10 ass director systems, so we did it. We did everything. All right, so let's go all the way back to the beginning. Start down at the radio control unit factory. Really should be called the supercomputer factory now, although I suppose it still makes more radio control units than anything. But actually it makes more crystal oscillators than anything. They're left over. Yeah, I don't think nuclear will be tomorrow. I'll be streaming tomorrow again, 3 PM UK time, and I'll be looking at making AI limiters, I think. And then after that, we'll be considering what to do with nuclear for next week. And in that time, there will be videos back on the channel. There's got to be, because there is going to be a sponsored video. And I need to do, I want to do a regular Satisfactory video first before I introduce a sponsored video. I wouldn't want to just start, hey, I'm back, and then it's like, sponsored video. It's a cool game though, I think people will like it. It's a game people have asked me to play, actually. Starting yours as well. Make a hazmat suit, lots of filter. You need water. I've got both. I've got iodine filters. I don't remember if we automate or not. No, we don't. I just made some. I do automate gas filters though. See, my aluminum factory is tiny. It's 4 refineries, and what you see here is what you get. That's it. Nothing underneath this floor. There's 2 impure bauxite nodes. But it's time to build bigger. I was hoping we could get a little bit of nuclear going before making the aluminum factory, and that way we'd have the power to really like do something huge. Which is why it's like, huh, could I maybe make just 1 nuclear reactor somehow, and just use the 2500 to build a bigger aluminum factory? Anyway, we'll think about it, or I'll think about it. Right, so let's talk about where this all started. So originally, we wanted to make crystal oscillators in order to make radio control units. So we'll start at the crystal oscillator level and talk through this build. I'll talk about where we did it. Right, so here we are, kind of in the center eastern part of the map. Radio control unit factory over this particular lake, and we started off with just one of the 2 nodes that's here. The other node is just over there for quartz crystal. Utilizing all of it in the 10 refineries that we have here, quartz crystal rolls in along with some water from that lake. Now I was trying out some, you know, new cosmetic ideas as well, just for things I could maybe do in the future. So the water pumps up from down there into all these refineries. Boom, we make quartz crystal. Quartz crystal then rolls into a series of manufacturers. Thanks to our bigger blueprints, we're able to stack these on top of each other quite easily. Have a lot of them already kind of hooked up for us. They're taking in the quartz crystal, and what they're making is crystal oscillators. So they require cable and reinforced iron plate. So 3 items in total. The other 2 items are delivered via truck. This one here is bringing in the reinforced iron plate. I don't know why it's stalled. It must be just delivering it in right now. That's the other thing, by the way. Trucks are using turbo fuel. I don't know. It's not even just the drones. Anyways, so yeah, we've 2 truck stations built into the factory here. One doing the cable, one doing the reinforced iron plate. I should really just... this. See things a bit more clearly. Anyway, so that's all going into this big block here. So 4, 8, 12, 16. I believe we're making 25 crystal oscillators per minute. Each manufacturer is making 1. It's 25 in total. Is that right? Doesn't seem right. There should be. Oh yeah, because they're underclocked to make that work. Cool. Yep, so 25 crystal oscillators in total. So that's what that entire setup there does. Now the cable and the reinforced iron plate, they come in from their own little locations as well, right? So we have the reinforced iron plate comes in from over there. So again, using stacked smelters and constructors, we just built using raw iron. Did we use copper on that? I can't remember because we were thinking about it. But anyway, yeah, that makes reinforced iron plates. So it just drives over with that little truck there, and that truck will wait for a couple of minutes before it makes its journey to this area. That drone is bringing in the turbo fuel that powers the trucks and powers all the other drones from our drone factory way off on the east. I don't know why it's highlighted green. Oh, by the way, it's starting to empty out. It seems. We'll see. Because it might have just made that journey now, and it could wait again. But we'll see. So we'll give it time. Anyways. So that's where the turbo fuel comes in. Right, so that's kind of the first layer of the factory, right? It's like making crystal oscillator. So a lot of stuff had to come together for that. And the cable, by the way, is then over there. There's one copper node, there's the water. We mix them in refineries, 10 refineries, make a bunch of wire, and then we make a bunch of cable from that. 350 per minute, if memory serves me correctly. That's what was needed to supply all of these. So nothing too crazy, but good medium-sized factory at this point, in my opinion. Anyway, as we go a layer down then, the crystal oscillators make their way into these machines. So mixing oscillators and circuit boards, we get computers. So I make 33 computers per minute. And again, the drones bring in the circuit boards from leftover circuit boards I had over in my factory up here. So our oil refinement factory, it made something like 87 circuit boards. 30 were used by the factory up here. So 50 was left, or 57. 50 comes down per minute and supplies these 10 machines. All good. Those machines are making computers. The computers then roll down into the next layer. I'm not highlighting the map. That's a bug in the game. It highlights random things. Yeah. Actually not a function you're supposed to be able to do. It seems like it thinks something is hovering over it. I think it's to do with controllers. But it seems to change every time you load in. Anyways, right, so computers move down. Then we mix in some of the crystal oscillators from before, so that continues along, mixes with the computers. So oscillators help make computers, but the leftovers go together into these 4 to make radio control units, taking some of the casing. We made 160 casing per minute, and that's coming in from over here. Weirdly, I actually decided to fly it with a drone, even just such a short distance. It really could just be a belt, because it's just over there, basically. But yeah, anyways, so they all mix together, and they're making our radio control units, which at the moment actually have no overflow. I've been meaning to do that. Have they got installed because of it? Yeah, they have. I'll have to do that. They go into here, but they don't have an overflow catch. They used to. I got rid of it. Was previously going in there. I could do that right now, actually. Doesn't really matter where, just somewhere like here. So, when you're full, need you to be like 1 tile out. Right, I'll keep the machines running for now. Cool. Anyways, yeah, so that was 10 radio control units per minute. We still have some leftover computers, and I think we even have leftover crystal oscillators. Which, again, while I'm here, want to track where are they going. They're filling this up, and then they'll go into the awesome sink. Cool. All right. So, yep, that's the radio control units. Then over here, we're bringing in rubber through a drone port, combining that up together with the turbo fuel, sending all along this bridge, this new little section, which is kind of what we were doing today. We've got one blender, drone port, or not drone port, but a drone, and a drone port, I guess. And oh yeah, that's doing supercomputers. Yeah, I should have kept it red. Oh well. Anyways, getting distracted. So, in order to get supercomputers up and running, we had to build a nitrogen gas extraction well. So that's built just down here. We're only using one of the nodes out of the 10 available, so this place is likely to change in the future. Hopefully that will just stay in place and we just add on to it. But yeah, so for now, nitrogen gas goes in there. Some of the water from that original lake as well combines up, goes in here. Some of the extra copper that we were building over in that area flows along this bridge, gets made into ingots and then sheets, goes into there. We make heat sinks now for the first time. The heat sinks roll in as well, mixed with the rubber. Heat sinks, rubber, nitrogen gas, and water. And that turns out our cooling systems at 3 per minute. So we're only running one blender at 50%. So that's how weak we are right now. But that should equal the rate of radio control units or whatever. 3 for 3, right? And then we get 1.5 supercomputers out per minute, which we then fly back to base to merge them with the adaptive control units to make them into assembly director systems. And that's it. That's how we did it. That's how it's made. RCU to industrial storage. You can use them later for box crafting. I've got that here. They go into a container here and into a dimensional depot. So if I was to just, the very final thing would be to update my rates. My sponsorship rates. I'm so successful. Everything's doubled. But no, we need to update these rates now. So radio control units. Did I ever even add these? Doesn't seem like it. Okay. So we make 10, and we're consuming 3, so we've got 7 left over. Heat sinks. I think I make exactly what I need, which was 6. So we're left with 0. Supercomputer. We make 1.5. Currently we consume 1.5, so we're left with 0. The adaptive control units. Oh yeah. We're actually consuming 3. We're at -1. That's the first time I've ever done that. But we had some in a buffer. So technically, we shouldn't really have those 2 assemblers. We should really only have 1. And we'll keep the remainder supercomputers. But for now, while we want to just fill this up, I guess, let it do its thing. We had 400 in storage, so just make use of all those. Why not? I think, what else do we have? It's the crystal oscillators. Did I ever update that? No. I should be making 25 per minute, and then I have to think about what we're actually consuming. I'll answer your questions in just 1 second. I'm just locked in at the moment. Got 10 of these, so that's 16.67. Okay, and then we're consuming some over here. It's 1.25 times 4. So we're left with 3.33 per minute, which is perfect. A nice little low number for just making like display signs and things. Although I don't really make much cosmetics in this run through, but 3.33 remaining. What else could we add in here? Casing has been updated. We're using all of it now. Yeah, I've updated that. Computers, we make 33.3 per minute. That's the old factory. Oh no, this is... Yeah, 33.33 per minute. We're left with 23.33 because we consume 10. We got a good amount of computers. Decent amount anyway. And rubber, right? We're taking a little bit of rubber now from that old other factory. So it's at 110, but I think we're taking 6. Really small amount. I don't know why I'm checking this. It's this one. 6 per minute. So 104. I didn't list turbo fuel either, so we'll say packaged turbo fuel. 25. I'm gonna ballpark and say minus 30. It said we're lacking 13, so minus 38? Question mark? But not minus 13, it's minus 13. Yeah. Point something. Something like that. I do like your cosmetics, but I also like continuous progression. It's good. Yeah, yeah, totally. If you're only doing 2 streams per week, I just can't really be messing around with cosmetics. But if we were doing a bit more, maybe. Right, so are drones point-to-point transport only? What I mean is one drone port supply. I'm still kind of learning them. From what I understand, I think this is correct. You can call multiple drones to you from different places, but you can only send one out. So if a drone is leaving here, that's the only place it can go. Am I right with this? If you're calling one in, you can call multiple to you. Is that correct? Let me know if I'm wrong with that. So this port goes to this destination. So we're not going anywhere from here. But one is coming here. Yeah, that's right. Can we... Yeah. So we can call multiple to us. So in here, we could say, like, you're coming... So there's no destination, right? It's like, yeah, you're going to come here, and then you're going to come here, and then you're going to come here, and they could all do that. But if you're sending one from somewhere, they can only go one place. Which is why we got 4. I mean, in theory, you could have just one port, call them all here, and separate out the stuff, but it could just get backed up because they're not being made at the same rate. It would create more points of failure, I suppose. Even though it might never fail, but still. Progression. You can easily scale up your supercomputer production, maybe even 2 more assemblers worth. Yeah, we're limited by the, well, not really. I only make 10 radio control units. We're consuming half what we should be. So if one was consuming 6 per minute, we could really... I can only do 10, right? So we could really only do 1.5 or so. So that'd be 3... I'd be making 5 per minute. 5 supercomputers per minute. And that would require 10 cooling systems. For 10 cooling systems, this building would also have to be doubled. Now the gas is easy, the water is easy, the rubber is easy. Oh yeah, the heatsink then... Oh yeah, what I'm limited by is the alclad. That's it. So the aluminum was my limiting factor there. I made 30 per minute. You need 60 per minute to make the heatsinks. Oh no, sorry, you need 37 point something per minute. Yeah, so I was just a bit short to do one at full strength. That makes me think of something. That was just for the heatsinks though, yeah. Yeah, because they run at 80%. Yeah. But yeah, if I just had another aluminum factory, we could scale this up quite easily. You're right. We could easily go up to 5 per minute. We have all the other components ready. Sloop it? You could sloop it as well, even on top of that, after the fact. That liquid is looking real weird. There we go. I don't really have any sloops. I've got one. And the power draw will be pretty big for something like this, right? But yeah, totally. I keep saying this, but I'm going to do one more thing. We'll change that music now. Gonna go dump my vegetation. And make some more liquid biofuel. If only liquid biofuel could work in drones, I'd have drones for days. Because I've got 30,000 liquid biofuel just sitting in containers in storage, packaged already, ready to go. You know, got a hard drive right here. Oh yeah. Oh, I think. Oh, fused frames. That's funny. We need 30 cooling systems. I'll do that tomorrow. Yeah, we could just pause the cooling system. Actually, I've got cooling systems. That's 17. Interesting. Alright, consider it. Temporarily sloop the Alclad? Slooping the Alclad would be a good idea. That's a great idea. Yep. I'll write that down. We might just do that tomorrow. The Alclad is being made in... Is it just a constructor? No, it's an assembler. That's good. Yeah, because it's not too much of a power draw. You need 2 sloops, though. Yeah, we could go find some sloops and do that then tomorrow. I've already got one. I've got some up on the ceiling of my iron factory that we don't use, actually, right now. But we're there temporarily. You know, just for when I needed something quickly. So we could use those. I'm gonna write that down. Alclad. Oop? Question mark? That would save me, because I've been saying, like, oh, I kind of need to build another aluminum factory, but if we just sloop the hell out of it, can we just even sloop the alumina solution out of the refineries? That might be the way to go. That would save me having to build a whole new one for a while. Alright, here we are. How much have we got? 4,800, 4,800, 4,800. We are backed up. Well, let me dump some of this stuff out of here then. So, it can look best from up here, I think. There we go. Alright. Make me more biofuel. So yeah, I'll just gonna do a manual transfer just to load these up. I don't know what the plan is with all of this. Something one day will happen. For now. We're gonna grab everything we can. Keep storing it. Find something to do with it one day. Just sink it all. Refinery can't be slooped. A refinery can't be slooped? That's not true. You can sloop a refinery, you just can't sloop a packager. Or is it just specifically for alumina they wouldn't let you do it? Oh yeah, the slugs as well. There go my little sluggies. You can? Okay, yeah. Yeah, packagers can't be. I think everything else can be. Everything else that makes something. Alright, there we go. For the row 2400, these are 2400, these are 4800. Double. How are you guys doing? I imagine you're quite full on alien protein and will be for a long time. 3,000 biomass per minute. Then we have power shards for days out here. I don't really need to be carrying around so many, so I guess I'll just dump these until we do need them. Clear out that inventory a bit. Good. Well, there we go. Oh man, that's gonna be it. Is it Minecraft plus Factorio? This game? No, it's more just 3D Factorio. Mostly. I think generally the best way is to have drones on your destination ports to collect resources from supply ports. They're great for gas and liquid transport as they can easily return empties. Yeah, I don't know why I'm struggling to work out how it works, because If I have a, let's say, let's just imagine I've got a port that makes 1,000 iron per minute. Iron ingots, whatever, it doesn't matter. Oh, actually, let's do this example. I've got a port that has, I know it's not fueled by it, but it's got 30,000 biofuel just sitting there. It's one drone port. Can I call that drone to multiple other ports? If there's only one here? Or is it because there's only one here that can only go to one other? That's the thing that I'm a bit confused on. It can only go to one other, right? I need to just read about it because I'm getting confused in my head about how it works. You need biofuel in your inventory? Here we go. Great thing is we can just get that now whenever we need it. Drones can only fly in 2 directions. So one drone can never go to multiple places. Is that what you're saying? I thought people said they can. Oh no, you said that one port can accept multiple. Yeah. So a place like this would need multiple drone ports to send it out to different places, right? It's like, here's your northern forest, here's your southern whatever, grassy fields, this one. So you have like 6 little drones here, all sending the biofuel out to different places, right? Oh, something caught in my teeth the entire stream. Anyway, another great stream. Thank you, Mock. Yeah, that's going to be it for me today anyway, so we'll wrap it up there. All of your destinations, each with their own drone. Yeah. Build a source drone with drone port with items and leave it without a drone. Then multiple other drone ports with a drone can use it to supply. I don't know why I don't get that. Why? That seems like really weird though. Do that. Wouldn't you have to... There's not many slots on one drone port, first of all. But the way you described it, you said items. Do you mean multiple types of good? Drone port is center of wheel. Each destination is a spoke. Okay, so this is a drone port. Let's pretend. I can't build them right now. This is a destination, this is a destination, and this is a destination. Each one of... I'll color these different. Each one of these can call on this to come here. But it's their drone though, so their drone will fly out, grab something, and come back. Yep, that's how that works. They don't have a drone. It's just other people are using them. Using and abusing them. Correct? Got it. Yeah. It's just like that person said, right? Each drone port is pulling from a source. And they can pull from the same source, but they cannot push to the same source. That makes sense. Yeah, I was just getting a bit confused. Alright, cool. Anyways, 52 out of 500. It's as easy as that. We'll be back tomorrow to decide what we're going to do. I think AI limiters, maybe some high-speed connectors, maybe boosting the amount of supercomputers we make, and then looking into the first steps for nuclear, if it's achievable. Which I think it will be. So yeah, we'll just call it there. I don't need to go anywhere else. That's going to be... Oop. Maybe I do. Don't want to log in and be shot. Ended on this lovely geezer. Oh, I'm so hungry. I actually had that big sandwich, but still. Takes a lot of brain power. Anyway, I have turbo fuel drone port delivery to other factories, so all ports elsewhere get fuel. That's what I want to do with liquid biofuel. It's like, we could deliver... I want to be able to distribute liquid biofuel to various truck stations. That'd be the ideal. But it's difficult because we need to power the drones and they can't use the liquid biofuel. So it's like, so annoying, man. I'd love it if they just patched that in. It would solve so much, you know? Because we've so much liquid biofuel and we'll always have loads. And it can only really be used in either trucks or drones. It's not really going to be used for anything else. and your jetpack, I guess. But normally I wouldn't rely on something that's not like that automated, but I can throw in like, you know, 100 alien remains, and it gets made into like something like 20,000 biofuels. So it's like, yeah, it's pretty good. We have to kill like 10 hogs, and then we're set for 100 hours. It's like, yeah, I think it's fine to run out and have to do that every now and then. Ideally, having everything completely automated is better, but it just seems so good. And it's fun. Biofuel's fun to set up, the way it has to be all separated. Anyways, maybe I'll just get a little mod, but that would be cheating. I'm not going to do that yet. But let's upload that on the Satisfactory Q&A site. I'm sure that's there. Has to be. Anyways, that'll be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you again for the support today. Really do appreciate it. This was stream 21, I think. 125 hours. Good night, and thanks, and see you tomorrow, hopefully. And if I don't see you, have a great rest of your weekend and week. Bye-bye.